stage an official world final. The world's governing body approved the idea, but stipulated that qualification rounds be staged, with a percentage of the riders' points being carried forward to the World Speedway final at Wembley. 63 riders from 12 nations, including Spain and Romania, all set out to qualify. But after eliminations, it left just 16 competitors for the major event on September the 10th, the first officially approved world final. And those riders were Eric Langton and Bob Harrison, both from Bellevue, Haringey's Jack Ormston and Jack Parker, Wembley's Frank Charles, Ginger Lees and Lionel Van Prague, from New Cross, Ron Johnston, George Newton and Jack Mill, from Hackney, Dickie Case, Cordy Mill, Murray and Hanson, from West Ham, Arthur Wilkinson, and from Wimbledon, Big Huxley and Wal Phillips. After 20 heats of breathtaking speedway, both Lionel Van Prague and Eric Langton had scored an equal 26 points each, including the qualification round bonus points. Van Prague, in fact, had totaled 14 points on the night, with Langton on 13. A run-off was ordered to determine the World Championship title, which was won by Wembley's Van Prague, who can be seen here being presented with the trophy by the world land speed record holder, Sir Malcolm Campbell.
And this is what they were all after, this trophy, and the ride on the famous Wembley tractor that went with it. You can see the tractor, perfectly preserved, here at the Donington Park Speedway Hall of Fame. The cup is now given to the winner of the British final of the World Championship, and it's also been used as a League Championship trophy over the years. The cash prizes, £500 for the winner and an illuminated parchment, £250 for the runner-up and a gold medal, £100 for the third man, and a silver medal. And on the track, the riders were paid £1 a start and £1 a point, exactly the same as in the qualifying rounds.
And here is world champion Van Prague walking back to the pits following a practice session. As the sport progressed, so too were riding styles and bikes. Claude Langdon, the Stamford Bridge promoter, decided his star rider, Wal Phillips, should have a new machine.
Basil Hole worked for Claude as a salesman in the showroom, and Claude Langdon turned to him and said, "Basil, do you think Wal can ride a Douglas?" So Basil said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, where shall I get the Douglas?" I said, "There's one over the road at Groceries on the pavement outside." And there was a Speedway Douglas. And I had the Douglas and I was winning 7 out of 7 with it. You see, I was flat out.
Wal Phillips wasn't alone in his choice of racing machine, the Bristol-built dirt track Dougie. Bill Douglas is the founder's grandson and recalls what made the bike so successful.
A long wheelbase and very low slung, so the centre of gravity was quite near the ground, which meant anything to do with cornering was at the easiest possible situation.
John Chaplin talking to Bill Douglas outside the original factory. Even though the Dougie was popular, it had its rivals. Scott, Rudge Whitworth, Excelsior, Harley Davidson, BSA, Norton, and of course the J.A. Prestwich-built Jap engine, which later went on to dominate the sport. The 500cc Jap, manufactured in this factory in North London, was adopted by many frame manufacturers. The Jap building today stands empty. As the machines changed, so did the rider's style. In the early days, riders leg trailed, as we can see here at High Beach in 1929. But a new approach was developing. High-wide handlebars, shorter wheel-based bikes, and a foot-forward cornering technique.
The secret is in the art of broadsiding or the controlled tower slide, as demonstrated here by that spectacular rider, Orr. It's a combination of balance, steering, and throttle control. Let's stop them in this race so that you can see how the rider uses his left leg, on which the metal ski is fitted, as a third wheel on entering the bend. His weight is thrown forward to start the broadside. Once into the bend, he shifts his body back over the rear wheel to give maximum driving power and leans on his right footrest to keep his machine upright. Each rider has his own style, but the principle is always the same. A fall or overslide may cause a rider to crash in the path of an oncoming machine. This looks like certain death, but every rider knows the art of laying down his machine to avoid serious accidents. Let's see how it's done. No trouble at all. Bill Rogers knows exactly how to do it.
As 1937 rolled along, there were problems for the fans' favourite rider, Australian Bluey Wilkinson, when he broke his wrist. And that, coupled with the retirement of Dick Huxley, left the Australian national team under strength. And the proposed test series between these two rival countries was cancelled. But, however, a replacement set of internationals between England and America was arranged. The Statesiders were led by Jack and Cordy Milne and Wilbur Lamoureux. And it was the American stars who dominated the staging of the 1937 World Championships at Wembley. They took the full quota of rostrum places. First was Jack Milne, second Wilbur Lamoureux, and third Cordy Milne. Only Jack Parker could get anywhere near them, and ended up as the top English rider in 4th place. The 1937 Division 2 champions were newcomers Bristol, while Division 1 was dominated by West Ham, who went on to pick up the title. Record crowds, reported to be around the 3 million mark, made Speedway Britain's second most popular spectator attraction. The mid-1930s also saw the rise of Speedway on the continent. And here's some rare footage of an early meeting in Czechoslovakia. Dozens of riders contested the highlight of the year in front of enormous crowds, the Czech Golden Helmet Award, which is still pride of place in their Speedway calendar. 1938 saw a change of luck for Australian Bluey Wilkinson. He helped lead the Aussies back into international Speedway test matches, as we can see here at Wembley.
It's the second Speedway test. Australia won the first, and now England is fighting back. So hold everything. The battle is on. And this is one test that England wins by 63 points to 44.
It was Bluey's year. He became Australia's first official world champion. Wilkinson brushed aside a strong challenge from the Americans, riding still slightly concussed after an accident the previous evening at New Cross. He took the title with 22 points, 14 from Wembley, plus his 8 points from the qualifying rounds. Bluey Wilkinson had an army of fans, including many rival riders.
And he'd fight his way through the field and win things. He was very, very good.
Oh, no,
You rode together?
no, same old bloke. If you're with him, well, he did all he could to help you, and if you're against him, he did all he could to beat you, and that's it.
Well, you never won a race with Bluey until you passed the line first.
He never gave up.
No.
As the season closed on 1938, the league champions were New Cross in Division 1 and Hackney in Division 2. And this is how Hackney clinched the title at their home track in the East End of London.
Introducing not a dance band but Speedway, a sport that combines the speed of modern motor racing with the thrills of an ancient chariot race, the sport of cinders. A cheering crowd of thousands is eagerly awaiting the start of the meeting. In a few minutes, the general chatter will be lost in the roar of the bikes as they tear around the track at head. To the side of the grandstand are the pits. Here, the riders and their mechanics are giving our bikes a final check over. Crash helmets are fixed, and the numerous jobs that are found in the few frantic minutes before the start of the meeting are being completed. Each bike is started and warmed up about 10 minutes before the first race begins. The noise is terrific. The engines of 22 powerful motorbikes with throttles open, all being revved. The air is full of carbon monoxide. Flames flash from the exhaust. The pit has become a real devil's inferno. Plugs are then changed, and the bikes are ready for racing. It's now 8 o'clock, and sharp to time, mechanics, stewards, first aid men, and other officials march onto the track. These men in white jerseys are known as pushers. Their job is to push the bikes once the riders are on until the motors start. Finishing touches are being put to the track. The bikes are wheeled out for the first race. And here come the riders. The starting line is being marked out. The bikes are on the line. The riders are ready. The crowds have faced to see thrills. Will they get them? I should say so. The starting gate is adjusted. The wheels are within an inch of the tape. Engines are revved to the maximum. Clutches are slipping. Up go the gates and they're off. In league matches and in all races where 4 riders part, a race consists of 4 laps of the oval circuit. The riders have to go into and out of 4 broadsides at each end of the track, then into short, straight stretches where speeds approaching 70 miles an hour are attained. This is a close race. Into bends. Down the straight. The riders have perfect control of their powerful kicking machines that weigh nearly 200 pounds. For protection, the riders wear a crash helmet and goggles, thick leathers, and a special left boot. It is on this boot and his left leg that the Speedway rider relies in making those terrific broadsides, perhaps the most thrilling part of any race. Down the straight at full speed, into the broadside that sends cinders flying towards the crowd lining the safety rail. They're entering the last lap, round the top bend. Down the straight, into the last broadside. And now for the finish. And here he is, the winner. Lights go up and the riders return to the pit. They'll be racing again in the 4th heat, but each rider takes part in 6 races in an evening, and so the bikes have to be overhauled once more. Plugs are changed. Tanks are refilled. The track is being harrowed and raced. The crowd is checking the next heat on their program. The judge takes a final look. The next contestants are ready. So up go the tapes and they're away. They race to the wheel into the first bend. No spills and the 4 riders tear down the stretch. In the course of an evening, there are as many as 28 heats such as this. Nerve and skill play as large a part in speedway racing as the bikes themselves. It's no sport for weaklings. At this track, their star riders include a milkman, a shop assistant, a factory worker, and a couple of garage hands. They're entering the third lap, and hello, only two. They're certainly fighting out, but where are the others? Ah, so you both took that corner too fast. Well, hurry up and get off the track. The other two are coming up. Oh, boy, just in time. Both finishing riders are men of the home team, so they collect full points for the race. The crowd roar their approval. And the sports writers hastily make their official report. And now, let's skip to the last race of the evening. In fact, the last race of the last meeting of the present season. English weather being, well, English weather, speedway racing finishes in October and doesn't start again until the following March. Everything's ready. The riders itching to get away. It's the deciding race. All set? Yes, they're off! The four riders go flat out for the first bend with cinders flying, sparks coming from the boot. The bikes suddenly leaping. They broadside round the bend and enter the straight with only a few feet between them. Throttle forward them, 65, 70 miles an hour, and then into the next bend. The home riders need 3 points for the championship. The crowd are hysterical, the noise terrific. Faster, faster, and faster, each trying to take the lead and spray others with cinders. In the lead, down to second, back to the lead again as men and machines sweep into the bend. The wheels spinning, cinders flying, they come out of the broadside and into the straight. Wheel for wheel, spoke for spoke, they're so near it looks as though they're touching. They enter the last bend. The home captain is in front, but can he stay there? Nerves of steel, a screeching engine, all the track cross he's learned enables him to keep the lead and pass the post, a well-pressed winner! With the cheers of the crowd still ringing in their ears, the riders go back to their pits. And what a grand finish to the season's race. And now these young daredevils receive the cups and medals they've worked so hard for.
The Hackney Wolves went on to win the meeting by 51 to 33 points against Lee Bridge. And to celebrate their league championship win, everyone enjoyed a super firework display. As the 1939 season opened, there was an uncertainty in the air. Tensions were rising in Europe. The qualifying rounds for the 39 World Final had taken place, and the sport's big night was planned for the first week in September. But Adolf Hitler had other ideas, and the final was cancelled, due to the outbreak of World War II.
Es wird die Stunde kommen, da einer von uns beiden bringt. Und das wird nicht das nationalistische Deutschland sein.
An emergency law stopped all public gatherings, terminating the Speedway season. It left Bellevue leading Division 1, whilst Newcastle topped Division 2. Bellevue were the only track to run during the war, as Bill Kitchen remembers.
In the army, I was out in France early on, then I got my Christmas leave in end of January. I was taken sick at home and then reverted to a station in the workshops area. A station in Oxford, and then I got transferred up to Preston. Yeah. And I could get off Saturday nights after duty Saturday to get up to Preston, from there to Bellevue. Well, the enthusiasm was tremendous, really. So you could only have it while the daylight hours was on. You're not allowed to use the lights, you see, and limited to a crowd of maybe 8,000, something like that. But they're the same, and they're the same riders every week. Jack Parker, Norman Parker, Bill Pitcher, Chitty, Eric Chitty, Ron Clark, Fred Tuck, and a lot of them all used to come up there. And the best of friends. But boy, oh boy, they used to build one another on the tracks. You know, that's what I like about the sport, is they come out of the ship after the meeting, not during the meeting, after the meeting. Everybody's for himself, you know, going on there. And it was just unfortunate that you know, a lot of the pace, Tommy Price learnt to ride at Bellevue. Yeah. He was a Wembley rider before the war, just about got in the team, reserve, something like that. but he wasn't much good. He wasn't much good either at Bellevue, but we taught him what to do. Of course, eventually he becomes the world champion.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I always said you were the undisputed wartime world champion. That's what they tell me.
Well, yeah, in 1945, I think Ron Clark won in 1944, and I won in 1945. That's right, yeah.
The boys in khaki also staged their own speedway in the desert, using stripped-down dispatch rider bikes. The hostilities brought to an end Speedway's pioneering years. In part 2 of A History of Speedway, we'll continue the story as Speedway boomed again.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Ask him question now.
Righto, we've been lucky enough to pick up, or the master. I just found out his nickname. The bloke just told me a minute ago. But Alan Bates out of the Singleton area. Alan, having a bit of a look around. What are you doing? 7 cars and a motorcycle. Your wife must be very tolerable.
I wouldn't say that, but yeah, no, she helps.
Mate, your Speedway career kicked off in?
I first went to the Speedway to watch 1960. I started racing in 1973.
That's a pretty big effort, isn't it? We're here today celebrating 100 years, and that's a fair slot out of that 100 years. And you've been very competitive over the times. I said kicked off. You've got TQ car over there, which you kicked off in.
Yeah, I started in TQs. First TQ I had belonged to Lloyd Thorley, and yeah, progressed there, went into hot rods, won 2 state titles, 2 state back in hot rods in 83 and 84, got second in the Australian title in 84, and then 85 I went into sprint cars. I run sprint cars through the early 90s, and give the competitive stuff away, and sort of been concentrating on the vintage stuff ever since, been driving them.
Mate, but you're still, as a still competitive. You go to demonstrations, but if people know that's been to one of your demonstrations, it's a pretty good demonstration.
Well, you've got to demonstrate how they're supposed to go, and that's the only way I know how to drive them. I just can't putt around, you know, so you drive them to the extent I do anyway.
Mate, and the cars, your cars are always in pristine condition, probably better condition than when you used to actually race them.
Yeah, we don't have as many accidents these days, and that helps, but yeah, I keep them in tip-top condition all the time. You know, you've got to make sure they're right so that nothing breaks and you don't have any accidents and all that sort of stuff. I like to have them spot on.
So what actually got you into Speedway, Al? What sort of triggered you to get out there and go racing, or you're just an enthusiast and went and watch and then got yourself into it?
Like I said, ever since I was 4 I went to Speedway and had me in, and when I was 10 years old we moved out of town next to Johnnie Smith and Lloyd Thorley, and I used to be back and forth all the time and helping with their cars when I was young, you know.
Those couple of championships you said that you've actually got hold of, where did you actually win them at?
Yeah, the first one was in Lismore in 1983, the second one was in Gunnedah in 84, and the in 84.
And back in them days, I said they were called hot rods, weren't they? They weren't actually called dirt modifieds.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, exactly. Yep.
You had guys like Gavin and Ian Presnell in the big Chev that they actually cut down and converted after a few years, and they were very competitive. You had Winky Norton, you had Ian Rickson, guys like that. They were the guys that were out there in them particular days, early days.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, the Gillespie brothers, Paul Cannon, Bruce, all them fellas, you know, and we used to. Everybody would help each other, you know, it was good.
That's what Speedway's all about, and it's actually the best thing that I think I've ever been involved in as far as meeting lovely people. It's a family sport. Everybody can go, the family can go and watch, even though you're the only competitor, but they help fairly much along the way. It's a great sport.
It is, mate, yeah. Well, at the moment there with the vintage stuff, like my daughter Sam, she drives the cars. My wife, she has a drive of the cars as well, so sometimes I take 3 cars.
Mate, so what's on the horizon for Alan Bates to just continue on and keep demonstrating while you can do it, mate, while you can keep getting in the car and going to these racetracks that put on these demonstrations that, and we must thank those tracks, of course, to bring the older cars out, give the people a look what they used to look like.
Yeah, exactly right, yep. Yeah, I'll keep doing it for as long as I can, like we're not getting any younger. But whenever I can do it, I'll do it. And
like tracks like Tamworth and that now, like we run up there most of the time and it's always prepared nice. It's good to see that the fellas up there, they do a real good job, you know, and they look after us too, and so I'm happy to keep going there.
And as we mentioned, I said they used to be called hot rods. They're called dirt modifieds these days. Do you reckon the technology in that now and the competition is as good as it was back when you were running?
Oh, probably made it a lot better, but if you remember back a few years, I had a match race with a V8 dirt modified driving the blue one I was, and I beat him, so I say.
Mate, the technology now is unbelievable, isn't it? All these adjustable suspensions, the quick change diffs and all those, but back in your day you didn't have them. What were they, Toyota Dyna diffs or something you used to race?
Yeah, that's what I run in most of mine, Toyota Dyna, and you just run top gear, because just go for it, mate, that was it.
That was Alan Baker, and what a history he's had. Bates, I should say. What did I say Baker for? Alan Bates, yeah, and what a history he's had in Speedway racing, and he's put a fair bit into what we're here to celebrate today. He has had a lot of years involved, and Al, all the best in the future, mate. It's good to see you looking so fit and so well, and hopefully that you keep on keeping on.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ray. Yep, hopefully we'll get this sprint car out of drive next bit of run, but here we go anyway.
All the best, Alan Bates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to go.
Okay, well Ray's had a bit of a say about some car history. I've got a former solo rider with me at the moment, Greg Clark, and fair to say you were never a champion, but I know you had a hell of a good time out there for many, many years.
Had a lot of fun and met a lot of people.
Okay.
Really
Okay. And you've got some bikes here with you today?
Yeah, it's going to be Joe.
Yeah, I can hear it.
And there's a few other bikes over there, I guess, covering up quite a few years in the sport. So maybe having a few audio problems there, and not quite sure how much we got to hear about Greg Clark, but riding for over 10 years, and you still like getting out and having a dash around sometimes?
Yeah, we had a few rides here before COVID hit. On the track 3 times we were here, which was a lot of fun. A few guys were brave enough to lend me their bikes, which is very strange. I had a lot of fun anyway. Didn't hurt anybody, didn't hurt myself.
And you still enjoy playing around with the bikes too?
Yeah, I've got a few bikes. Yeah, a few bikes and a couple of old cars, so I've got plenty to do.
I mean, your own career, 12, 13 years, it seems a small part of 100 years, but how do you feel knowing that the sport you've been involved in and love so much has got to 100 years?
Well, I started going as a kid to Westmead, watching Stewart and Freeman and the stock cars, and, you know, got to love it then. Bobby Sharp and all them blokes, got to know him very well later in years. Just a great sport, and the people are just brilliant.
I guess like a lot of people, you got taken, you didn't have any choice to start with, you got taken with your parents. It became ingrained in you, and it's just stayed with you, through the rest of your life.
Yeah, my mother and my auntie drove stock cars for a little period at Westmead, the ladies' invitationals. So I was drawn into it that way.
You were.
Yeah.
And I guess that follows on with because if we look across every division of speedway racing as we know it today, there's a lot of family connections, isn't there, where we've got 2, 3 generations, even more, who've been involved in some way.
Yeah, it's just a great sport, and the people have been brilliant. And as I say, you come to these things and you see so many people you know. It's just wonderful.
See some faces, you've got to wind back the clock a bit to try and recognise them because you mightn't have seen them for 10 or 20 years and you realise they're going to be a little bit older than the last time you saw them. Yeah, well, we did the very same thing, didn't we, about 5 minutes ago? But, yeah, look, it's going to stay with us for a long time, and I think a lot of people are going to be very glad when this is finished. You only get one chance to go to a centenary celebration of anything. And yeah, you won't see the next one. We know that. But a lot of people doing a lot of work to maintain the machinery and bring them along to days like this. So that's absolutely fabulous. And I know you're going to enjoy yourself. I know I'm going to enjoy myself, and hopefully everyone else here will today. So thanks for having a chat with us. Greg Clark.
Thank you. Thank you.
We might just, while we're in this position, Mitch Shearer. Mitch Shearer. Mitch, come here. We're going to have a bit of a chat. You're okay for that? Just come over here. Okay, I'm good. I just look up there with me at the moment, a face you might recognise. This one, I don't reckon this face has changed much. Might have a few more wrinkles, but easily identifiable from your racing days. Just, yeah, I know. I think you started pretty young, didn't you? When was that, and how long did you race for?
I reckon when I first started, I would have been around about the 14 or 15, just practicing. And then not long after that, I went to England, and after talking with Nigel Burcock and on the test team one year at the Showground, and Dad decided to take me over there. So,
and I guess for a teenager, that was a great adventure, wasn't it? Going to the other side of the world and doing something that you loved, and eventually, made a career of it.
Yeah, well, I was pretty fortunate, to be able to do that, and as all the kids are doing these days, and of course there was no juniors back then. It was straight in with the big boys, and at least the juniors have an idea. That's why they're so good at it, right? It's so young now, So and it's great to see, and it's good to see that they've got a place to go to, But yeah, sure, it was just an eye-opening experience when I was young, and all I wanted to do was just do it full time and try and be the world's best.
And you were right up there with the very best, weren't you? I mean, how far did you go? And you achieved a lot in speedway and long track racing.
Yeah, I suppose over that sort of 20 odd years or 22 years period, full time, achieved a fair bit in the world championship status, in the world pairs, world team cup and individuals. Didn't quite crack it in the speedway individual top honours, but certainly in the long track, it was a good short run with good engines and good tuners and basically some good people behind me, which achieved the number 2 in the world. So I was pretty happy about that, but only a couple of points off the win.
And you've got a gold medal from winning the Speedway World Team Cup with New Zealand. You had a couple of pretty handy teammates around that time.
Yeah, certainly. You know, the best, I suppose, there was Ivan, you know, of course, and Ivan Major, and then you had people like Bruce Cribb, you know, absolute legend, you know, and Larry Ross, and then Roger Abel, and myself. Yeah, we took the world on. We didn't lose a round that year. There was probably about 5 rounds, and they didn't sort of give us much of a chance, you know, to win it. But it all worked out on the day, and the hot favourites were Denmark, and England got knocked out early.
Well, you knocked England out that was 1979. New Zealand won the World Team Cup 3 years after Australia did it, and both Australia and New Zealand knocked England out in that first stage, which got them through to the final.
Yeah, of course, you know, that's how it works. That's pretty ironic, really, you know, coincidence that same happened with Australia as well. But, it was just one of them days where I think Ivan's bike did probably 9 races out of the whole race meeting, or maybe more, you know. We all seemed to have a go on his bike because he said that was the one to have. And I remember they put about 4 clutches in it during between races. It never really stopped, that bike, and it was well worth it, and Ivan was pretty hell-bent on winning that year, and we all put the big effort in.
Yeah, do you look back on that as the #1 highlight of your career?
I suppose it was one of the biggest ones, you know. But I'd say probably the World Pairs rostrum in 3rd place with Ivan was pretty up there, and then of course the second in the long track title, you know.
So you got a full set of medals then, have you?
Yeah, I got the gold, the silver, and the bronze. There's a lot of riders got a lot more, you know, which I don't begrudge them one little bit. You know, it was just that you've got to have the chance to be in it to win it. And I certainly had plenty of goes of getting in, doing something in a final, you know, individual final. But one thing or another stops you, and or winning. But I wouldn't regret anything, you know, and I'd encourage any young fella to get over there and they give it their best shot. And
how significant is it these days for riders to be able to start junior speedway when they're 9, ride the full-size 250 bikes before they turn 16? Just can you quantify how much advantage that is against what you went through and you couldn't race a senior bike till you were 16?
Well, they certainly develop their skills very early, which is a great thing, and that was the best thing that happened for Australia with their junior program that happened. I think the likes of Jason Crump and young Lee Adams come to mind as the first of the juniors, you know, and certainly by the time they got to England, they were able to cut it with the older riders, you know, had been established, you know. So, it's very significant that they can be able to be ready, race ready for when they get there.
I mean, 40 years ago, if an 18, 19-year-old rider went over to the UK, he'd probably been riding for 3 years. 19-year-old goes now, he could have been riding a speedway bike for 10 years. Big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for sure. You know, it's just the difference of the times. You know, it was a hard. In my day, it was the riders are all on average probably 35 years old. You know, and I was only a young kid, and there was only 2 or 3 other young fellas that are around my age at the time that trying to break into it. And of course, you got plenty of back wheels served at you, you know, and over the time. And but it was a school of hard knocks, and you had to respect the boys, you know, and
and hopefully learn from everything that did happen to you out there on the track. Do you look back? Did you compete in speedway in the right era, or do you wish you had to come along a bit later?
No, I think the era I was in was certainly satisfied, you know, with it all. Certainly I knew towards the end of my career that the new era of speedway was coming with the laydowns. I'd actually had a couple of goes on them, and they were being developed, and the different set of front ends that they were mucking around. I was one of the first riders to have the new style of front ends before they went lay down, and that was an advantage, mainly for the physical side of things, you know. But I just think the era I was in is what it was, you know, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Well, you just said no regrets, so that's great to hear. You look back on your whole time in the sport, and what do you do with yourself these days?
Yeah, it's got a small business up in the Northern Rivers, you know, repairing the lawn mowers. The grass seems to grow pretty good up there, you know, so it's quite good at the moment. You know, we had a bit of rain there the other week, so I'm pretty busy. Struggled to get down here this morning, you know, because there was so much in the workshop to do. But I've come down specifically for with Nick Higgs, who has made this lovely V-twin Westlake. He's put this together, which was an original Otto Lattenhammer bike, you know, and yeah, so he's kindly lets me ride it, lets me have a go on it, you know, and we went to Broadford a couple of seasons ago and rode it down there and give it its first test run. It's a bike that was made in the 80s, and he's restored it, and it's a fantastic machine.
And you keep bringing it back in one piece, so he lets you go out again, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, we just can't stop it. We can't find the end of it yet, the end of the rope yet with it, you know.
All right. Okay, we might see if we can pick up a few shots. But Mitch Shearer, great to catch up with you as always. You've been a great rider, a great ambassador for the sport, and lovely to see you. All right, and this machine, if you just want to hang around here, if we can pick up some shots of this. I mean, most bikes we look at, and they've got the one engine, this V-twin, so something very special. I guess it was just an idea someone had, and it grew, and this is the product.
Yeah, it's a long track racer. It was built specially for a sort of special license holders, to which were guys like John Tipman, and Ivan Major certainly rode it, Johnny Tipman, and Simon Wigg, and it was more trying to introduce it to the sport as a super class. It never really took off because they couldn't get enough get rid of the sanctions from the 500cc allowance on a long tracker, on a long track surface. But because this is 1000cc, they predominantly built this engine for sidecars, you know, in Europe for the grass tracks. But Otto Lattenhammer swung his little wand over it and turned it into a 122 horsepower machine, you know, and yeah, it's just it's a one-off. And it's great to see that Nick Higgs from up there in Queensland rebuild this thing.
We talk about long tracks, 800 metres, 1,000 metres, so what sort of speed would you be doing on this compared to your 500cc engines?
I suppose it depends on the size of the track, really. If you've got a true 1,000-metre track, you know, you would probably be sitting up near the 200 kilometres an hour, you know.
And getting a lot of sand on the track, you'd be getting around, wouldn't you?
Well, we get enough from the 500, let alone having 1,000, yeah.
All right, thanks for telling us about that, Mitch Shearer. And we're going to move around. We'll pick up someone else in just a few minutes' time.
As the final siren sounded out in 1945, it marked the end of the war in Europe. The dark days of conflict were over, as the nation's mood was uplifted. The public began to look to entertainment, hobbies and sport to occupy their time. Apart from a handful of wartime meetings, the speedway tracks had remained
Right, I've been lucky enough to get hold of a couple of gentlemen that have come all the way from Brisbane today with the track burner. And Roger, a good trip down?
A very good trip. Very hot here yesterday.
Oh, that's an exaggeration. It wasn't hot, it was bloody hot. But yeah, that's summertime down here at this part of the world. But you guys have got something pretty unique here. This car that you've brought down to put on display, and I can't say anything but nothing short of spectacular. You've got to have a look at it. It's pristine, and you'll probably agree, it's probably in better condition than it was when it was raced.
I'm sure it was, at times anyway.
Mate, a bit of history on it, where you actually got hold of it from and what happened over the years?
Yeah, well, a chap by the name of Kershay in South Australia, he was the instigator of building the car in the first place with an American Curtis Class chassis. Then he raced it for a season or two in 1958, 59, and then it moved on to Victoria. And a chap by the name of Orb Cherry drove it for a number of seasons. And then finally, Johnny Stewart bought it and took it to Sydney. And he really made the car and himself a name with it. And he won the Craven Fielder once or twice in it, and therefore he got number one. And history goes on from there. And John parted with it in 1966, and George Tatnall drove it and did fairly well in it. And then in the end it went to one of George's employees, and by the name of Ron Liddell, and he finished the car's career. And then we came along. We heard that the components were for sale. It was in pieces, and we purchased it, and that's the car today.
Mate, you've certainly done an absolute fantastic job on it. I mean, these things, us people have been Speedway fans for 50 years or plus. We're here today celebrating 100 years, which is a milestone. These are the things we're getting around in the early years, and to have a look at the technology, the driving positions and everything in the car, you wonder how the guys did it back in the day. But they did. They were legends. They set the records for us, and what we got today to operate with was just like an armchair.
Yeah, well, John was like a cat with 9 lives, really. He was very daring, and he had some multi-crashes in it, and other cars that he drove as well.
That's part of Speedway, buddy, isn't it? I think if you're going to be competitive and get out there and get stuck into it, you've got to expect something like that to happen.
That's right. And I was lucky enough later in life, after we built the car up, I had a really good relationship with John and his wife Dot. And we got together, and when I was driving it, he'd be sitting up the front of the car with me, and if there was a cloud in the sky, he'd be asking me to turn around because it was going to rain out.
Well, that's what it's all about, Speedway, isn't it? And weather. Brian, you might like to tell the people the power plant that's under the bonnet of this thing.
Yep. Well, when we bought it off Liddell, it was just bits. We had an original tail, original chassis, crash bars, a steering box, old front axle broken, no diff, no nothing like that. So it took us 4.5 years just to look and find enough bits to say, right, we're going to put it back together. Then there was parts back in the early days, like 58 when it was made. There was bits that were handmade because you couldn't go to the shelf like today and just buy this, buy that. No. So we'd look at photos just down the road where we were building the car at Roger's factory, a diesel place. There was an engineer shop. I'd go down with a photo and show him, and he'd say, right, O'Brien, there's that's how you make it. Away you go make them. And so if they made 10 or whatever apart, I'd make them, and he'd come and check me, and then back up I'd go, fit it on the car, yeah, that's right, or no, it needs a bit more in it, back we'd go there. Well, it took 6 months? Yeah. 8 months it took me to build the car. I was 5 days a week on the car. We made all the panels back up, what aluminium, had to do that. We made everything that we couldn't get original back to original type parts we could do. And nothing on the car is not an original for that era. John, the chrome work on it, that's the way John, he loves sparkle.
Mate, isn't it amazing back in those days we had those sort of guys around that could make those sort of things. You try and do that today and yeah, it doesn't happen, and that's why we're so privileged now to be able to look back and say this is what the guys used to do, and this is what you end up with. But today if you wanted to build something like that, no absolute chance in the world. The engine that's in it.
A Holden grey motor. It was the first fuel injected grey Holden motor that McGee's built, and as soon as everyone seen how good the fuel injector worked, all the Holden owners were forking out money, wanted to fuel inject it.
Fairly unique today, mates, is getting a Holden grey motor, just to even see one, let alone have one that's in a car like that and have McGee injection on it.
Yeah, we built, it's built back. It's not a great big bore, it's what it used to have to run, 3 and 3/16 bore, that was it. You could run them out to 3 1/4, but that was cheating, and you just didn't do it. What the rules were, John said, that's the rules, and we ran it that way.
You didn't break the rules, you only bent them.
You could only bend so far.
But mate, it's an absolute credit to you guys. I mean, to have you all the way down here from Brisbane for a show like this, I mean, these things don't happen every year. 100 years of Speedway, and you're the guys that make these sort of things, that come down here with something like that. Even you weren't the original guys that raced the car, but there's a few guys around here today that did race the cars, and we'll try and get hold of them later in the day. But we really appreciate your participation in this weekend, and without you sort of guys, well, we haven't got a show. You can put the show on, but if you haven't got the gear to go with it, well, it just doesn't happen. But
there's a lot of people around that got vintage cars, but they're keeping them home. That's I don't do that. We built a car, we ran it for a fair few years, and we've repainted and done things 3 times. Now we said we're going to just keep showing it, but we want to bring it out. We don't want to keep it in our little museum we got at home. We want people to see what, back in the 60s and 50s, what people drove.
What people did. That's exactly right. You know, different to what people do today. Like kids today, like you guys could make your own fun back in when you were kids. What do the kids do today? They get the computer out, they get the phone out, sit down all day, and that's what they do. That's why we don't have things like we had back then. And Rod, you've got another one that you're restoring too, I do believe. Is that right?
Yeah, it's best part of finished. It's the ex-Gary Battenhauser car, and it's called what they call a tub car. It's the construction isn't a full frame. It's a tub with the back and the front bolted to it. Anyhow, it'll probably be on the internet in due time.
What era does that come from?
Sorry?
What era does that one come from?
67, 68. And the Battenhauser family are very legends in America in all forms of motorsport. So we bought the car in, didn't know exactly what it was. Then when we got it home, had a look at it, and we said it's in our keepsake.
And that's what you do, isn't it?
Yeah, and it'll be the only one of its style in Australia.
There was only ever 10 of them ever made, and now today there's only 3 that are found in the world. They lost a few in a few crashes and that, but this car we got was the prototype one that they tried different things on all the time. But with the Battenhausers driving it, they told them what to do, and bingo, a brilliant car.
Roger, but in the past you've told me you've been lucky enough to be able to demo this car at some stage.
I drove it for many years, actually, and had a lot of fun in it.
That's great. I mean, not only to restore something, but to be able to appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, the important part to me is to keep Johnny Stewart's name remembered. That's really 100%. Yeah, so, and I hope everyone has a great day here today.
Mate, you're not trying if you're not having a great day here today. It's a bit cool, there's a bit of a breeze, plenty to look at. No doubt if you want to get a yarn on with a few of these older guys here, you'll get one of those, because all Speedway people, I don't care how old or how young, they are people that will talk. It's a great family sport, it's a great place to meet people, and no doubt those people are here today. So if you want to find out something about something, ask a question and you'll get the answer. And to you two guys that have come all the way from Queensland, thank you very much for your participation in what we got here this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Yep, my word. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yes. Just while you're in this area, Ray, there's a couple of machines, not only the one you've just been talking about, but having grown up and going to the Sydney Showground in the 1960s, the machines over here bring back some memories for me, because we got the 54 machine there next to it, and that's been driven by Sid Middlemas and many others for many years. But the one over here is Jack Brabham's car. Now, Jack Brabham, as we know, started out in Speedway before he went road racing and become triple world champion. I've seen this machine before, because back about 10 or 15 years ago, down in Windsor, we had a big day down there, and they put a plaque out where the old Windsor RSL Speedway was, and this machine was on display down there. So it's not the first time I've seen this one, but it brings back some great memories when you think that Jack Brabham started out in one of those machines. And to see what the other old one we've got over here, that's how they used to be. No roll bars, no roll cages, nothing like that. Well, they were, yeah. I mean, the casualties were pretty horrendous back in those days to see those machines without the roll bars. But good time to, particularly if you grew up through the 60s and 70s, make sure you have a look at these speed cars under here. Okay, apparently there is a Ford Focus vehicle parked near the fire truck. We need to have that moved, please. So if you've got a Ford Focus and you park near the fire truck, could you please move that vehicle?
And I won in 1945, that's right, yeah.
The boys in khaki also staged their own speedway in the desert, using stripped-down dispatch rider bikes. The hostilities brought to an end Speedway's pioneering years. In part 2 of the history of Speedway, we'll continue the story as Speedway boomed again.
Could I have your attention, please, folks? Mark and Vanessa Stevenson. Mark and Vanessa Stevenson, would you please make your way to the Willard Pavilion as soon as possible? as soon as possible, please. Mark and Vanessa Stevens.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do the official opening, but also, most importantly, 15 minutes after that, we're doing the grand parade. So if you assemble in the grandstand area, you'll have a great view of what's going to be the grand parade scheduled for 12:15 and the official opening of this very historic event. Very important in terms of World Speedway, Australia's position in the world, Australia's involvement in motorsport. The official opening at noon and the grand parade in front of the grandstand from about 12:15. Should be very special, well worth watching. Good afternoon. Hello to you all. Terrific to see you here. What a gathering for this very special historic event. Just sensational that so many of you have come along, so many vehicles, so much involvement from so many people in so many ways to celebrate a thing that happened here 100 years ago, in a few hours' time, on the 15th of December, that evening in 1923. It really was momentous in terms of what Johnnie Hoskins got going here at Maitland Showground, at a meeting of the Showground, and other things were happening, but ran that Speedway meeting that ultimately led him to go on to Newcastle, to Sydney. He didn't do so well financially in Sydney, but went on to Perth, and then from there, with a group of riders and some bikes, headed off to England and started something. Yes, people had ridden on dirt tracks in America and in England and all sorts of places in Australia too before this. But what is now World Championship Speedway, the oldest motorsport world championship, first run in 1936 at Wembley Stadium in front of 70,000 people, and it all emanated from this place 100 years ago. Really memorable time. Interesting that a lot of things were happening around this time. A month ago, the Cessnock Motorcycle Club celebrated its centenary. We've got some wonderful vehicles here on display, but equally from what started here, as I say, 15th of December 1923, by the 21st of July, solos were racing at Sydney Showground in 1926 on the 21st of July, and the solos were followed soon after at another meeting by sidecars. Really interesting is that on the 15th of December 1925, just 2.5 years after the event here, was the official opening of the Olympia Motor Speedway, what's called Maroubra Speedway. An incredible track that followed Indianapolis and Brooklands in England to be the third banked motor racing track in the world, and it was at Maroubra on the outskirts there of Sydney. Not long after that, motor racing was well and truly underway. There'd been all sorts of motor racing since about 1915 around the Bathurst area. But the Vale track, using public roads near Mount Panorama, Bathurst, was first run in 1931, ran to 1937, and then Mount Panorama opened in 1938. From which have come not only Speedway around the world, and if you look, for instance, at next year's Speedway World Championship, which we claim emanates from what started here 100 years ago, if you look at next year's Speedway World Championship, the 79th running of that World Championship, as I said, the oldest running, continuously running, other than for war, Motorsport World Championship, there are 9 countries represented in the field for next year's World Championship. Think of this, gently here at Maitland, having a race and then heading off to Newcastle and to Sydney and to other places. Now, next year in the World Championships, Poland, Sweden, Slovakia, Australia, Denmark, Great Britain, Latvia, Germany, and the Czech Republic, all represented in the Speedway World Championship next year, and in the reserve entries, 2 more countries represented, the United States and France. So, it is a very momentous event that we are celebrating here, and if you look at it another way, the first test, as it was called, as I say, the World Championship started in 1936 at Wembley and ran continuously at Wembley until 1960 with gaps for the war. But The first test at Sydney Showground between Great Britain and Australia was run exactly 11 years after this date. It was run on the 15th of December 1934, and it was between Australia and Great Britain, and you'll all be delighted to know that Australia won 35-19. So it really is momentous. It's a great sport. One of the things of so many motorsports that I follow and get involved in and love so much is that so little has changed in Speedway. They respect what it was, what it is, and that it doesn't need changing. And I think that's a great thing. And as I say, something that we'll be celebrating here. We'll have the Grand Parade very shortly, and Lance Robertson will be talking to some of the people there. Good morning to you, Lance. And later, the dinner tonight. I don't know if it's sold out, but if it isn't, then grab your tickets, because we have some very special people to talk to. And then the Speedway meeting tomorrow at Kurri Kurri with 2 world champions. Triple world champion Ty Woffenden, who we'll be talking to at the dinner tonight, and also Ray Holder, not Ray Holder, Chris Holder, the 2012 world champion, one of 6 Australian Speedway world champions. And here's another interesting thing. As I say, what happened here in 1923 and then went on to England in 1936 with the first Speedway world champion, Lionel Van Prague. The highest scorer on that night was another Aussie who didn't have enough bonus points to get him to be the champion. That was Arthur George Bluey Wilkinson, and he rode injured the previous night, but rode in 1938 and became the second Australian World Speedway champion in the first 3 years of the championship being held. And then blow me down, early post-war, 51-52, we had Jack Young, the first man from South Australia, the first man to win consecutive Speedway World Championships, followed on then by Jason Crump, and I'll talk more about him later. Astonishing. For 10 years in the Premier Motorsport or Speedway World Championship, for 10 years, Jason Crump was never lower than 3rd place. In his first 6 years in the championship, he was 1st or 2nd. He was world champion 3 times, and he's been followed then in about 2012 by Chris Holder, and then in 2017 by Jason Doyle. Australia, in nations, is equal 5th with the United States in terms of the number of championships won by our riders, 9 championships won by our 6 riders. It puts us behind Denmark and Sweden, equal with 14 championships won by their riders, England and New Zealand, and then we're there with 9, equal with the United States, and 4 countries follow that for the 78 world champion riders. But Lance, I imagine that you're trembling with the excitement, but also with the acceptance and with the support of so many people that we have here for this very special historic event.
Check, check. There we go. Yes, undoubtedly, Will. You're exactly right. Speedway has been a part of my life, all my life, and I've had the great pleasure of being able to commentate at many venues around the country and visit part of the world to look at some of the Speedway Grand Prix, and it's one of those sports that has really appealed to me for a number of reasons. One of them being it is the rawest motorsport you could ever have on 2 wheels.
Absolutely, yep.
Check, check, there we go, try again. And it's also important to note that it could rip your arms off. The power to weight ratio of a 500cc modern day solo is more than a Formula One Grand Prix car. Getting from 0 to 80 kilometres an hour, they do it quicker than what a Formula One car does. So that's pretty impressive. And no doubt you'll see a number of different avenues of, or evolutions, I guess you could say, of both 2 wheels, 3 wheels and 4 wheels.
And what is impressive is that it remains almost a standout as the one form of motorsport where the result depends a little bit on the machine, but almost entirely on the rider. Not on aerodynamics, not on electronics, not on pit crews briefing them, not on any of the other stuff. It's up to the guy on the seat with the handlebars and with no brakes to get him out of trouble. In fact, to get a license, you've got to show that you can crash the bike, haven't you?
You do. Yes, you do. Check. Hello? There we go. It keeps cutting out on me, sorry. Yes, you're dead right, and you need to be able to throw the bike down because it has no brakes. It has a constant mesh ratio, as everybody here knows undoubtedly.
But it does have a very high compression ratio, which helps it to slow up a little bit. But look, Lance, it's getting to the time for the Grand Parade, and we're looking forward to that. And I'd just like to say once again to you all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support, thank you for your interest. We won't let you down. What's going on here today is very special in Australian terms, in motorsport terms, but particularly too in terms of Maitland here, modest little Maitland. And blow me down, 1923, yes, the meeting here, and then 30 years later, a guy I got to know fairly well, Ken Tubman, Tubby as I knew him, won the first of a number of very special events, the Round Australia Trials. Actually, the 53 Red X, which he won in a Peugeot 203, didn't go round Australia, it didn't go to Western Australia. All the following ones did, 2 more Red X's and then a whole pile of other trials as well. Tubby was a pharmacist who supplied the local jail, but also he'd been a motorsport competitor well before that in some very hot MG single-seaters and so on in the late 40s and early 50s. But in 53, won the Red X Round Australia Trial. So lots has happened here and a lot is going to happen here today. And I'll shut up now and I'll leave it to Lance and to the Grand Parade to get underway very shortly.
Thank you, Will. Well done. Well said. Yes, folks, just to let you know what's going to happen very shortly is you can see some riders down to the right-hand side, all different types of sidecars and solos, and then after that cars. Sidecars, yes. They'll be out here as well.
Sidecars. The most exciting, crazy motorsport vehicle in the world. And why have they got rid of them? Why have they dropped them from road racing, from a lot of road racing, not all, dropped them from the World Championships. So again, a special privilege to be able to see them here today.
Some could say that it's the most exciting thing with clothes on. To be able to get onto a sidecar and run that sidecar around at breakneck speed and inches off the ground is something that I will never forget the experience of. And I'm sure you'll see a lot of the more modern sidecars showing you what they're really capable of. So very shortly we'll have that Grand Parade. You can see a media backdrop over there behind us, and that's where I'll be. We'll be flagging down some of the riders and passengers and having a good chat with them so that you can find out straight from the horse's mouth what it's all about. So very shortly we'll be underway with the Grand Parade.
We're having great fun here. The other important thing, ladies and gentlemen, is the companies, most of them locally, that have made this event happen. You might sort of look at it and think, oh, you know, it just happens. The planning has gone on over more than 5 years, and it cost actually a lot of money to get it set up and organised and all the rest of it. And the companies involved are shown there, and I assume that through the good products that they offer and services that they offer, but also that they're local, that you'll be very pleased to support them. So our thanks go out to them and to Maitland Council. And now I hear some noises, Lance, so things will be underway in just a moment.
Yeah, so take a big breath, folks. Sit back, relax and enjoy, because we're about to get some backsides trackside. All right, Maitland, are we ready to see some action on the track? Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Are we ready? That's a little bit better. Like to get them enthused. What about these two over here doing a fantastic job holding up the backdrop? You didn't think you'd get that job today, did you? All right. Who likes the solos? What about the sidecars? And what about the four wheels? I think the sidecars had it. They are most thrilling. You can see that they're all going around in an anti-clockwise direction, which is normally for the solos. And this parade, as they come around, you'll see all sorts of different motorcycles, and the evolution from the upright engine to the lay-down engine, including suspension on the forks at the front for a modern solo, some of them being involved in the dirt track era as well, where you have the right-hander as part of two left-handers and a straight as a minimum. Those of you that may remember the great Salty Creek and Head and Greeter tracks here in Newcastle, riders coming around, some deciding to go a little bit faster than others. One of the upright Japs, I think that was, that just went past. In fact, they're all upright engines. Here's one of the modern lay-down engines coming past, doing a great job. And the sidecars, as they come around, looks like we've got a solo that's decided to have some mechanical dramas, unfortunately for him. How about you put your hands together for them, folks, when they come around? Solos will be coming back around as well, so you can do that for them. Give them a big round of applause. On display, we have the Dr. Mac, Grant Bond, going past us. We'll try and pull him in next time round. Looks like Stephen Saunders coming through. Very colourful as the Saunders come. That's what we want to hear. Put your hands together for them, folks. By the looks of that, some of the girth on the riders have grown over the years as well. But it's great to see these old bikes and sidecars out. I urge you to go around after we've finished our grand parade, have a look at them individually, have a chat with the owners, have a chat with the riders, have a chat with the passengers. There's certainly some very interesting stories out there. One of them that I can relate to you on a personal level is that I met up with a guy by the name of Mel Guy, who during our conversation we decided that my father was racing him in his very first event, Mel's very first event at Salty Creek. My father missed a gear Mel ran into the back of him, went over the fence and broke his collarbone. Getting up a little bit of speed as they come round. No, I'm not waving. I wanted you to come and say hello. Let's see if we can get Bondi to come on in. I think that was a yes next time round. I don't think it was a go jump. Mr. Saunders will definitely stop. He likes the limelight. He likes the colour too, which is really good to see. Well, we've got the great Steve Saunders here. How important is it to you, Steve, to be involved in something like this 100 years down the track?
Oh, mate, it's a thrill to be here today, to be involved with it. You know, not many people have gotten to do it. Yeah, it's very special to me because it's steeped in family as well, family history as well, so it means a lot to me.
Who have you got on the side today?
I got my 17-year-old nephew, Isaac.
Very good. And how long have you been racing sidecars for now?
Oh, God. I'd say about 20 odd years, if not more.
Is there anything more exciting?
No, not even close.
Okay, so you're around the other side of the pits there. You'd be happy to speak to people, let them come around, have a look at the bike, chat with you about sidecar racing?
Yeah, mate, no worries. Anyone can come around, have a chat. Kids can come around, jump on the bike, get a photo. No worries.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Steve Saunders, folks. Put your hands together for him. Ray Kalira just getting his gloves off and his helmet off. Mate, they don't want to see your ugly face. What does it mean to you, Ray, to be involved in such a celebration as 100 years?
Yeah, it means a lot. I rode in the 80s and that, and my father had Speedway bikes, so it does mean a lot to me and the sport. So it's a good celebration to come to Maitland and celebrate this good day out, and yeah, hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves, and let's just go from there. And hopefully we keep going well in the sport and keep progressing and go from there.
The bike that you're on at the moment, it looks spectacular in its presentation.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, the engine's running tongue gate. The frame is running tongue gates as well. So yeah, it's all come together really well. I've had this bike now for 3 years, but I'm in the process of building another one, a late Billy Sanders bike at the moment. So that's not quite ready, otherwise I would have brung it today. But yeah, all well and good, having fun, and that's all it's about.
Very good. You enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
This bike is pretty special, I've got to say. Where is Mel? He's making his way there, okay. Oh, yep, okay. We'll wait for him to come over. In the meantime, we'll come and have a chat. Oh. How are you, mate? Yeah, good, thank you. Now, this bike, Dr. Mac's bike, pretty special?
Yes, this is the bike that Jackson rides, part of the Bond racing team from Maitland. And of course, there's Dad and the two boys ride the bikes, all similar colours, and unfortunately couldn't be here at the moment, but so I was thrown a helmet and here I am.
You've been involved with the Bonds for many years now. What does it mean to you to be displaying this bike at the 100-year celebration?
Well, the 10 years that I had with the Bond team, I never thought the day would come when I'd be celebrating here at Maitland, and most importantly on a bike. As you can see, I'm not prepared at all. They just said, here's a helmet, you're going.
Yeah, but Mick, see, you've been involved in racing so long, you can adapt to those sorts of things, and that is an important part of being instrumental in the pit crew, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah. You've got to be switched right on. And as I would say to people when we raced at Gosford, the changes that I made to the bike between races was all over after 59 seconds. So you either got it totally right or totally wrong. And if everything else failed, you blame the bloke behind the handlebars.
Very good. Good to see you here. Mick C as part of the Bond Racing team, folks. Let's walk up this way a little bit. We'll go solo this time. The bike that I was talking about, Mel Guy, has arrived here. Mel, a little older this time on the bike, so somebody else, your son I think it was, rode it around.
I rode it the first lap, my son rode it that one. We just want the, you know, the memorial of being here on the 100th. I'm 78 now and I probably won't be out of town on the next 25th one, so I thought I'd better turn up.
Well, this bike is pretty special. You found it in the garage somewhere.
Found it in a million pieces. It was donated. It's in memorial of a great friend of mine, Cliff Fitzpatrick. He started me in the 70s on his big brother, a 500, that I had a lot of success on, and this thing here made it knocks the years off. Not physically, but mentally. It knocks about 40 years off. It's a great bike. It's a full race bike. The only thing holding it up is the rider.
Well, there you go. Talking about the rider, you and my old man have got a bit of history, haven't we?
Yep, this man's father, back in Solly Creek days, 100 years ago, our first meeting, I was running second up the main straight, and his father, Bob, missed a gear on the old Velocette, and I clipped his back wheel, put me over the fence, and I broke a collarbone, and we were the best of friends for years on, and Bob was a waterboard Bob, as they call him, was a great bloke, and some of you people will remember him. He was a hero. It was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, and thank you so much for bringing this out to us. Where's Ty Wolfenden? Here he is. Ty Wolfenden, folks, 3 times world champion. Hey man, how you doing?
I'm good, mate.
That's good. What does it mean to you to be here as, well, you are Australian because you were born in Australia, weren't you?
Oh, I was born in England.
Oh, sorry.
I'm an Australian at heart, so.
Very good. You come back almost every year after the World Championship?
Yeah, so we're pretty much here from start of October till mid-March. Yeah, I've been back in Australia. Australia's home, Perth, Western Australia. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, coming out and having a few laps around Kurri and giving the boys a bit of a what for.
That's good. You've also got another meeting happening later in the month up in North Brisbane.
Yeah, doing Darcy's meeting as well, and then Australia Day weekend in Mildura and Gilman. And then the first weekend in February is the Rob Wolfenden Classic in Perth, so got a few boys coming out for that, and I'm flying all my team out to Australia in March. First of March they land, and then we'll do our pre-season testing in Perth, and then fly back all together and go straight into the British League. So yeah, looking forward to it.
What have you got installed for us in 2024 apart from the World Championship rounds?
Doing the World Championships, obviously. Polish League again for Rosław. I've been there for I think 12 or 13 years now. So it's been a long stint, and then racing the British League with Jack Holder at Sheffield, and Chris and Pico. So Pico and his family have been kind enough to put us up this week while we're here, so massive thanks to them, and yeah, hopefully you all can come down tomorrow night and watch us go battle.
Very good. Now, in terms of this 100-year celebration, did you ever think when you first put your leg over a motorcycle, A, that you'd be 3 times world champion and that you'd be here celebrating 100 years?
No. My first time I actually put a leg over a bike was for a Australian under-16 championship in Perth, and the following day was the best pairs, and Chris was over in Perth at Bribber Lake, and he didn't have a partner for the pairs, and he got stung with me, and yeah, I'd only been riding like a day, I think the day before we raced, and they said if you can do a start from the go race. And yeah, so me and Chris are obviously still racing together now, so you know, we've got a good friendship, and it kind of all started back then, and here we are now.
Tell me, when you're racing in the World Championship, how intense is not only the physical but the mental challenges you have to go through?
Yeah, it's good. Like, I've been pretty unfortunate the last few years with injuries. Broke my back in 2019, and yeah, since then I've been injured every year, which sucks. sometimes twice a year. So yeah, just looking to try have an injury-free year and yeah, hit the ground running and don't look back.
So you're going to be wandering around here for a while?
Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit, just plodding about, having a look at the bikes, and yeah, if anyone wants to come say good day and have a yarn, I'm here.
Maybe an autograph?
Yeah, not a problem.
Excellent. Ty Woffenden, folks, 3 times world champion. Chris Holder. Come on over here, Chris. Welcome back home.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pretty intense year for you on the sidelines in the World Championship.
Oh, it's been pretty intense all year. I haven't really, the season just gone. I got injured pretty early and was out for a long time, but managed to get a gig in the UK Speedway and yeah, finished off pretty good. So looking forward to our summer and doing a few meetings and having a crack at the Aussies again.
What is your biggest challenge in Speedway racing?
Injuries, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the hardest part, staying fit and healthy. But yeah, and obviously the travelling. We do a lot of travelling when we're bouncing around and all that kind of thing. But injuries is probably the biggest one.
In terms of the injuries, the mental approach to getting better has to be top priority, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we don't get paid to be sitting at home, unfortunately. We don't. We get paid per race, so we've got to be racing, so that makes it difficult. But yeah, just staying fit and healthy, and then yeah, the confidence, all that kind of thing that comes with it if you have a few knocks in a row. But for the most part, it's all good.
So you're going to be riding tomorrow night, are you?
I am, yep.
And on the 28th and 29th, I think it is, up at North Brisbane in the Cooper's Brewing Centurion event. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, I am. Looking forward to both of them. Like I said, I didn't really do many meetings this year, so coming back home and trying to do all these meetings is to get up to speed again. And starting tomorrow night should be good. It would be nice if it was a little bit cooler tomorrow, but I don't think that's happening. And then yeah, start up in North Brisbane there for the big one there, and then yeah, the Aussies start a week later. So
for a little bit, and yeah, it's a great achievement for Australia. This is where it all started to the day, and yeah, awesome to be a part of it.
Where are you riding this year?
This year, I'm just probably going to do the Australian titles. I'm still, my hand's not 100% yet, so I don't really want to worry too much, and yeah, defend my title.
2024, what's installed for Jack Holder?
Everything. No, just the Grand Prix stuff in Poland also, and the UK, and yeah, just try and get a medal around my neck.
Well, we certainly wish you safety and success. Good luck, Jack Holder.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well done. Thank you to Ty Woffenden, Chris Holder and Jack Holder for taking time out to talk to us. Let's get another rider up here. Would you like to come on forward, sir? It's not going to hold up. Get somebody to hold the bike for you, or bring it over here in front of our podium. Well, folks, we've got another solo rider here, and we'll bring him across in front of our backdrop. Phil Pryor. Welcome along, Phil.
Thank you.
You said to me just then that you're the working class rider. What do you mean by that?
Well, in all speedway or motorbike racing, there's not always champions. There's not always firsts and the glory of it. There's people who start out riding the mini bikes in the bush, and I'm one of those who gives a representation to those people that may think, oh, I'd never be able to ride a solo or that again. Well, you can, and it just takes a bit of time and hard work. So in the day I tried hard, and that's where I'm at in my time at it.
Well, my father told me when I first started to ride a bike and then later race in the same ink as you, that if you can go out with a smile on your face, come back with a smile on your face, doesn't matter whether you're first, in the middle or last, you're a bloody winner.
Yes, well, that's true, and it does. Solo riding will always put a smile on your face. It's just, that's why we like to do it. There's nothing more enjoyable than revving a motor up and competing against other blokes.
What sort of bike have you brought along this time?
I ride today my 1980 model Godden 500 dirt track bike. It's not completely a speedway unit, but it did go around showgrounds and stuff like this at pretty well. Goes quite well.
Thank you very much for taking time to come and say hello to us.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the people to come out today.
Well done. Josh Pickering. Where's Josh Pickering? Come on up here, Josh. Sorry, mate, I didn't recognise you in there amongst all those holders. Josh, welcome along. You enjoying your Speedway?
Absolutely, every minute of it.
Very good. What's installed for you in the latter part of 2023 and, more importantly, for 2024?
So for the rest of the season now, we've had quite a busy year in Europe, and recently got home about a month ago now, and we had a bit of a practice out there just recently at Kurri and sort of blow the cobwebs off. But we're opening my summer season back here in Oz tomorrow at Kurri Kurri Speedway for the 100-year Johnnie Hoskins Cup. So obviously, if you've got nothing on, more the merrier. It's going to be a great event. We've got a good calibre of riders there, and looking forward to it.
Have you got anything else on in 2023?
Yep, so followed by that is Boxing Day, and that will sort of be me then for the rest of the year. I'm not going to go to Brisbane or Mildura between the 27th and 28th or whatever it is in December, and then Australian title campaign starts in Brisbane on the 4th of January, and then we're at Kurri Kurri again for round 2 on the 7th. We then go to Albury the 9th, and then where are we? Mildura the 11th, and then Adelaide the 13th. So that's quite busy. It's a busy start to the year, and then I have a couple of weeks off, and then there may be something in the works of an All-Stars meeting mid to late January. That's yet to be confirmed, but that will be held at Kurri Kurri also. And we'll also be racing at the Australia Day Classic down at Mildura. So, yeah, a bit happening.
And when you return overseas, what are you doing then?
Currently racing for Sheffield once again. Me, myself, Chris, Jack and Ty are all in the same team again. So, yeah, we just got home and won the premiership over there, which was pretty cool. And it's nice to have 4 of us boys back in the team again next year. So nothing else is really in concrete yet. I can't really announce it. Obviously I'm more than happy to be able to tell, but the club haven't announced it yet, so I'm not allowed to. But I'll also be racing in the championship again in England as well. So.
A small point, but how important is it to you, apart from the English barrier, which is not there, having 4 Aussies in the team together?
It makes it. It's English riders are a bonus, but when you're there's 7 of us made up in the team, and you have German, Danish, Swedish. We have a couple of Americans over there as well. So when it is English speaking, it is a lot easier. But then when you're surrounded by 4 Aussies that's grown up doing the same thing, and we've all really got the same mentality, it's I find that a bit easier again. Like you can just relate things a lot easier. You can read body language a lot easier. It's just, yeah, it just makes things a lot nicer to deal with, I feel, with having these boys, and not only that, the experience they bring as well.
Well, the ultimate is it's 4-3. So you 4 till those 3 learn our English.
Exactly, they've got to deal with it.
Good on you, Josh. Thank you very much for taking time out. Put your hands together for him, folks. Another one of our Aussie stars. Okay, I believe Santa has arrived. And no, it's not me. So very shortly Santa will be arriving. We need to get all of our machinery back into the pit enclosure, please. Sorry if you've missed out on an interview, but thank you very much for stopping here. The Godden bike just beside me here looks absolutely spectacular. Congratulations on the presentation of that, sir. Well done. You're welcome. Okay, guys, chit-chat in the pits, please. We need to get out of the road for Santa. And no, it's not me. Thank you, gentlemen. Just while we have this opportunity, even though I'm walking away from our backdrop up here, this fantastic old sidecar built in 1987 and has taken out first place in the Sidecar Championship in 1987, third place in the Australian titles in 1988, and first Best Pairs Championship in 1988. This is all made out of square tubular steel, pretty heavy.
Yeah, it was. I built this at Paraburdoo. The only things I had was a drill, a grinder and a welder, and I put this together. First night out we went to Paraburdoo Speedway. We broke the track record at Paraburdoo. We then went down to the state titles in 1987. Anyway, the film crew, there was 26 bikes turned up that night. I'll just wait for him to go.
You're right, keep going.
Yeah. So, yep, 26 bikes turned up, film crew like this coming around, they're filming everyone. As they walked past me, I said, hey, this one's going to win tonight. They look at the frame, look at how rough it was. You can see it was made in someone's backyard and said, don't think so. Kept walking. So anyway, when we won the state title that year, the only film that they had of us was actually winning all the races on TV on Channel 9 that year. And so then we went on the Australian titles, Dennis Nash and Ed Blakeney that we'd beat in the state titles. They beat us in the Australian titles. And then we followed that up with the best pairs with Dennis Nash, 1988. And we won the best pairs. And the only person at that time that got past us was young Shane Suter. And he was racing at that time in 1988. So for a horrible looking bike, it's worked very well for me.
Well, rough and ready around the gills, rough and ready around the belly. After the years have gone by, congratulations on a great effort, a wonderful story.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, there you go, folks. Sidecar story to beat no other. Very shortly, we'll be underway with Santa on his parade, giving away prizes and presents and that sort of thing. So take a minute to get a drink or what have you, relax and sit back ready for Santa to come. Not an uncommon sight on sidecars, is it? Wait for me! Okay, slight adjustment to the program, folks. Apparently Santa's not coming out just yet. We have some cars coming around at the moment, and we'll see if we can get some interviews with some of those drivers. An announcement, could 3 motorbikes be removed from in front of an emergency door? That's your announcement. Thank you very much, sir. And that car to be moved, please. TRI 66R. TRI 66R, would you please remove your car from wherever you're parked? Oh, right in the middle of where we're taking the Santa photos? My goodness me, and it's not even a sleigh. Well, there's a couple of legends. Dave Mills, Mr. Watson. Come and have a chat with me, Dave. Dave Mills, one of the most credited referees in the business. How are you?
I'm very well.
How important is it to you, or what does it mean to you as an official for so many years at a high level to be involved in this 100-year celebration?
Well, it's the only chance I'm going to get, isn't it?
You won't be around for 125, you reckon?
I don't think so.
Well, some of the bikes and the sidecars that you've seen around there, you must be pretty impressed, and it must bring back a lot of good memories.
It does. And when I look at the bikes, I think they never looked like that when they were at the Speedway.
Well, you've been involved at a fairly high level for many, many years.
Yes, I have. I'm retired now.
Yes, retired from Speedway refereeing.
Yes.
What was the most important or the biggest event that you've ever refereed at?
Oh, probably all the Australian championships.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, very good. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you very much for having a chat with us. Good to see you.
No problem. Thank you.
Paul Kaslick's there. Having a chat with Will. Will, would you like to have a chat with Paul?
A local guy, Paul Kaslick. What age were you when you started racing, Paul?
7-year-old, but Mum assures me that if she would have known what a motorbike did to me at 6, I would have had one when I was 2. So,
So how long have you been racing? Because you're still doing it.
I raced for 48 years. I've had the last 2 years motorbike free, totally. So I've fallen in love with doing the job that I do. But yeah, just got another 450 for the Flat Track Nationals next year. So we're going to go and have a ride on that.
Tell us more about the 450.
Oh, it's just a Honda, 2022 model. Nice bit of gear, electric start, a little bit lazy. Not as much chrome as these shiny bikes here. That's why I didn't bring it in today. You know, today's about the heritage of Speedway, and we're so blessed that 100 years, and this is where it all began.
And you're right in the middle of that, Cessnock resident or Bellbird. So good to see you here. Look forward to seeing you at dinner. And we'll hand back now to Lance to talk about the cars.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. Yes, the cars that are going around there at the moment. And here comes one of the sprint cars as our quartet of Australian superstars in Speedway are making their way off the circuit.
I've been lucky enough to drive a sprint car twice. George Tatnall was very generous with the media, and that is one of the cleverest, most cleverly configured motorsport vehicles you could ever see. A simple light chassis that costs about 3 and 6pence, or it might be 4 bob by today's standards. An engine with far more power than you can harness, so nobody goes spending money looking for more power. They steer it on the throttle, and I remember in the old days a chassis cost you about 30 grand or 20, and the rest of it cost you, sort of took you up to about 100, and you had a vehicle that looked sensational to watch in terms of racing, and just wonderful in terms of what it demanded of the driver, and that the driver could, depending on how he harnessed the excess power in the rotten thing, he could have a pile of fun. But once again, Lance, cars to talk about.
The super sedans that are going around here at the moment, they certainly look like Godzilla sometimes, and when they're out there in full bore on a circuit like this would be absolutely sensational. But for obvious safety reasons we can't do that. All we can do is give you a good look at them as they go past. In a lap or two's time we'll pull them over and have a chat with each of them about their vehicles, what they are, who they are, and how much they enjoy this sport. Because undoubtedly, whether it be 2 wheels, 3 wheels or 4 wheels, the souls that are inside or on top of those are certainly incredible people. The amount of skill that they have and the foresight they show is incredible.
Right, so as they come onto the main straight, the first vehicle here is what they call a late model. This is owned and driven, well, it's actually owned by Barry Towers and driven by his son Mark Towers. The second car is what we call an outlaw sedan, which is a down-a-grade version of a super sedan, the big super sedans that they race. The sprint car has been mentioned on the main straight at the moment. The green car coming on the main straight at the moment is what we call a street stocker. This one being driven by Shane Carlson, and Shane Carlson in the Newcastle area is nothing short of a legend as far as street stocker racing is concerned. And He's about 4 or 5 times New South Wales Street Stocker champion. An absolute gem. He is a absolute ambassador for the sport, and we will try and get a word out of him. He's pretty hard to get a word out of, but I'll do my best when we get out here on the racetrack. The other car out there is Brendan Myers out of the Newcastle area. That's the yellow and red machine. He's another great guy in speedway racing, been around for a long, long time. And if you notice, as he goes past, this car is a twin-seater. In the last couple of seasons, these guys have been allowed to carry a passenger with them. And Brendan's got 2 seats in his car, so he takes his wife with him when he goes racing. Reckon she absolutely enjoys the racing. That's this car on the main straight now, 2 seats. So he's allowed to have a passenger on board. And Shane Carlson, as I said, in the Carline Mufflers Falcon, I said, an absolute gem of a guy. He's been in the sport for a long, long time, and we'll try and get a word out of our sprint car guy. It's got Lawler's name on the front of it. Going to get him in front of the podium so we can talk to him. But sprint car racing these days is, you people that are Speedway followers, it really a competitive game. If you think you're going to hop in one of these things and go and match it with the guys these days, you've got another thing coming. You go to a race meeting, well, when you used to go to the Motordrome, there'd be nothing short of 60 cars that'd be lined up there for the pre-program. You mightn't even make the main program. You had to go through the qualifying, and the top 20 or 30 cars would make that main program, which means that these guys would be there, put on a show, but not necessarily make the main program. But we'll have a talk to our driver here in the sprint car when he peels his helmet off and gets that balaclava off, mate. First of all, welcome to Maitland for 100 years of Speedway. You'd have to be over the moon to be part of it.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's been a big thing happening, organising. My wife, but and a lot of other people, but yeah, it's pretty special.
Mate, this car, yours?
Dick Thompson owns it. It's actually the first time I've had a really nice chassis and a really nice engine together and nowhere to run it.
That's exactly right. And as I just mentioned, sprint car racing these days is nothing short of very, very competitive. If you think you're going to jump in one of these things and go out there and match it with the top guys, you've got another thing coming.
Yeah, it's sort of something you've got to ride the brake like a motorbike and expect the front wheels to come up. You've got to get on the brake to put them back down.
Well, no wonder, mate. You've got to expect about 600 horsepower for about 600 kilos in weight. So your power to weight something nothing short of spectacular.
About 890 this thing's got. Horsepower.
890 horsepower, so it's a lot of horsepower, and no gearboxes. They've just got what they call a dog box that you lock into gear. They push them out on the track, lock it in gear. It's a push start thing. You've got 2 pedals, a go pedal and a stop pedal, and that's you.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Hang on. Grab a hold of them and go.
Mate, appreciate your interview this afternoon. Great to see you here at Maitland, and hopefully we might see you in 50 years, do you think?
Anything's possible if I last that long.
What about it for our sprint car driver? Put our hands together for him to be here this weekend, and as I said, sprint car racing is nothing short of spectacular. Yeah, it's probably not as exciting in Newcastle these days as it used to be, with the Newcastle International Motordrome not being part of the Speedway circuit now, where all the greats of Speedway over the years, like guys like Ron Pine and John Pine and Steve Robbo, those guys in the dirt modifieds, Steve Robbo, and there's a stack of them, and used to be a great thing to go to the Motordrome. Actually, I'm from the country. I come from Gunnedah, and we used to like coming down to Newcastle and sitting on the hill there and watching these events that they used to run when the USA drivers used to come to Australia and come out here and match it with our guys. And I mean, America is usually a couple of years in front of us as far as technology is concerned, but our guys out here used to do a really, really good job of matching it with those guys when they come out here to Australia. But But again, a big thanks to everybody that's had part of this weekend, especially the car owners that have gone to the trouble of being here, putting your cars on display, because some of these things we don't get to see very often. A lot of guys that have restored these vehicles got them in their shed and we never get a chance to get them out. And but this weekend it's great to see such a good array of cars, sprint cars and sedan type cars, the old hot rods they used to be. Alan Bates, we spoke to him out there earlier. He's an absolute fanatic, that guy. He's got 7 cars on display here this 7 cars on display here this weekend. There's Alan Bates, and he hails from up around the Singleton area. But yeah, it's great to get down here and get amongst these guys, and we'll see if it looks like we've got the Barry Towers late model sedan coming up here to in front of the podium, and we'll get a. This is Mark Towers, he's steerer. Mark Towers, fancy seeing you here at 100 years of Speedway. That's something that we probably wouldn't normally see you doing on a Friday, but welcome to Maitland, mate. Good to see you perched up in the late model, and how's it been going?
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks for everyone for turning out for it and putting on the show. It's 100 years, it's amazing to think back 100 years ago today that there was people here racing around this circuit. It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Mate, it's unbelievable. It's just hard to believe, actually. It's actually 100 years to the actual day, the 15th of December 1923, and you wouldn't have been thought about back about then. But late model racing, since you've been doing that, you've had a bit of a chop at a few different things. You've been running 8 outlaw sedans. Now you've got this thing. What's the best?
Anything with 4 wheels, mate, is a go. But I do enjoy this. Outlaw's good as well. The super sedan's good. The same thing. But yeah, the late model's good. It's 850, 900 horsepower. Purpose-built machine to go fast. It's the quickest one I've ever driven. So this one's got to be the funnest.
So you've virtually still getting used to it. You're not sort of race full on yet.
No, we've had 5 shows in it now. So yeah, just need to understand how it works, how the rear end works, and then how the suspension works to get that little bit quicker. But we're holding our own in it. So yeah.
Mate, there's some big guns in it these days. You've got Lachlan Olney and those guys that have been going around for more years than you've been going around, but to be competitive with those, you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, we're really happy with where we're at. As you say, there's some real good guys in it, some real big money in it as well. So Lachlan, he's one of the best racers ever. I remember watching him at Newcastle at the Motordrome back in junior sedans and that. So it's good to see how good he goes.
Well, congratulations again, mate, on being here for 100 years. We'll probably see you here in 150 years because you're not very old.
I look old. I'm not old though, so.
That's just the father you've got to put up with, makes you look like that. But yeah, thanks for being here today, having the car on display and putting on a display for us. What about it for Mark Towers in our late model?
Thank you very much, Ray. Put your hands together for Ray Darcy, folks. Done a great job there interviewing the drivers. Unfortunately, we've got to wrap it up now, and we need a push, please. If our push car could come forward. Oop, looks like he did a wheel stand starting out there. Goodness me. You're right to go in here, I hope. You're right to go? Yep. Nothing like a bit of dirt and Speedway, is there? Just waiting for Alan to get his helmet off. Alan Day, congratulations. This little sprint car, speed car, looks superbly presented. Well done.
Yeah, this is not my car. I'm just the nut behind the wheel. This is actually owned by Brian Linigan from Linigan Motorsports, and actually sitting up there is the man, Sid Middlemas, that used to steer this car, and this car beat Bob Tattersall at the showground in a 50-lapper and nearly lapped the whole field. This car is unbelievable, and so is the man sitting there in the pink hat next to Brian Linigan. This is a fantastic car.
Well done. Stand up, sir. Stand up. Come on, they want to see who you are. Put your hands together for him, folks. One of the legends in the speed cars. Well done, congratulations, and thank you for taking time to sit here and talk to us.
No problem. If you'd like to come around and say hello, my brother's car's around there that unfortunately passed away in Parramatta, and my dad and my family, the 47 car, the Rod Day car, so come and say hello.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Put your hands together, folks. Great little speed car. We need our push car back here. Ah, here he is. Whack your helmet on there, that's the way. Ready to go? Well, that concludes our demonstrations at the moment, folks. Very shortly we'll be underway with more activity happening around the circuit at the moment. As I check with Terry what it is that we've actually got on, I can't remember and I don't have my run sheet in front of me.
Assume that's it for me, mate. You off me? Cool.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 2 o'clock, exhibition lap demonstrations. Peter, fantastic to see all of these cars and bikes and sidecars out there.
Look, it brings back some memories, doesn't it? I mean, there's older people than me here. There's a lot of younger people, but you know, I can go back to 1960, the very first time I went to the Sydney Showground, and yeah, like a lot of us, I guess we had no choice then. We went. Our parents took us, and you know, for some of us, it's really been ingrained in us ever since. I know my kids have got dragged along, and some of them, they're still showing some interest in the sport today, and I'm sure it's happened with many families across many disciplines of speedway racing.
Once you get that first smell of methanol, that first hit of dirt, and the first sight of the slideways movement, it's in your blood. That's it, isn't it?
It was the smell that got me when these cars, when the bikes took off today. Before they got up to speed, listening to the noise and the sound of the engines, it was the smell of the bikes, and something special that we went months without in winter, and you turn up at the start of a new season at the Sydney Showground or wherever it was in September or October, and you think, geez, I've missed that for the last 6 months.
You have. It's reported by my parents that at 6 days of age, my first race meeting was at Muswellbrook Speedway, and my first taste of methanol was not that long after.
Yeah, I dare say, and I mean, kids grew up a little bit hardy in those days, didn't they? They weren't mollycoddled like they were, and they went through, and we come out the other side pretty good. We fell over, and we did things that kids these days miss out on. But fantastic turnout today, and full credit to so many people that I mean, well, they're filling in their time, aren't they? But they're helping keep the history of the sport alive, whether it be with a bike or a car or whatever memorabilia they got. I know I've got a lot of stuff that goes back to cover the 60 odd years I've been following the sport, and I'm trying to spend a bit of time putting it in order and make sure it's all in order, and I know what's there, but I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of reading some of the old stuff as I go.
Yeah, a lot of great memories, I'm sure, Peter. We'll be speaking with somebody who has been instrumental with the Johnnie Hoskins Memorial Trophy, and that is Jan, very shortly, and she's on her way up. She's had a bit of difficulty with transport. Of course, she's not been all that well. She's had a pacemaker put in that has almost rejected her body, so she's had to go back through a process time and time again. But Jan Granger and her daughter Justine have been custodians of the Johnnie Hoskins Memorial Trophy for a long time. G'day, Adam, how are you? Mr. Rowe, how are you?
look at people and we've got to wind the clock back a little bit to make sure we do recognise them. I mean, you and I hadn't seen each other for 10 years today, and you walked in with a cap and sunglasses on, which didn't make it easy. But, yeah, we go periods of time, but it's great catching up with a lot of people today that we haven't seen for quite a few years.
Yeah, look, I mean, my dad's been dead for 3 years now, and this is something that he would have absolutely revelled in. And there are a lot of older people here that are really enjoying it, because it's going to be, realistically, the last time they get to celebrate something like this in a milestone.
This is the third centenary event that I've been to in my life, and started out, as far as rugby league teams are concerned, I still call myself a Newtown supporter. Newtown Centenary dinner come around in 1908, celebrating the 1908, and I knew that if I didn't go, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. So I've been to that centenary dinner. I went to my high school centenary dinner, and I couldn't miss today. So they're three very significant things for me. My football team that I've loved, Speedway that I've loved, and the school that I went to. And you only get one chance to do that, and I don't think anyone will go away from here today regretting that they did come along and be part of it.
I know that each of those would have a special memory to you, but which is the best?
Well, the schools put you on your way. I mean, we all make fun of school and that, but I think, we've all got some good memories. And it was Canterbury Boys High School, depending on your political ilk. We had a Prime Minister and an Australian cricket captain, so I don't think you can do much better than, who come through that school sort of thing than, what they went on to. But look, the two great loves, I suppose it fitted in nicely that Speedway was summer and football's in winter, so I could spread it around.
You got the best of both worlds. Well, thank you very much for taking time out. You're looking forward to the faster laps that will be here in the exhibition at 2 o'clock?
Yes, we just got to remember that it is a demonstration, and it's not the sort of track that these machines were set up for, but hopefully they all enjoy themselves out there, because we want to talk to them afterwards. We don't want to be picking them up. So, we hope that they all do the right thing, and I'm looking forward to talking to them.
Better outside the ambulance than inside the ambulance.
Most definitely. All right, great to catch up with you. We've worked together over, I think about nearly 30 years now, since we've worked at different places, and always had good times, bounced off each other nicely, and can't see anything changing today.
I remember fondly a trip to South Australia for the long track championships. One of the rawest commentary positions I've ever dealt with, the back of a cattle truck.
Yes, Port Pirie, but that was a very special venue, and that may well be up and running again in the very near future too. I know a guy called Neil Burston who's put in a lot of work over there, so maybe we'll get to go back to Port Pirie in the not too distant future. But some positions, let's put it this way, some announcing positions are better than others.
They certainly are, and some announcers better than others too.
True. A lot of people probably tell us that too, but we hope we can keep informing and entertaining as we go, and we still enjoy it. And I've always said I think the thing that will turn me off it will be the travel more than anything. I still enjoy going to the meetings these days and still enjoying what I do with Speedway and dirt track racing, and hope we've got years in me yet.
Thank you very much, Peter, for taking time to talk to us. It's been a pleasure.
Not a problem. Thanks, Lance.
Well, there you go, folks. Not too far away. 2 o'clock local time. It's about 50 minutes away, and we'll have some hot laps here on the home of motorsport, Speedway. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, walking to the bikes. Deb Shields, the first one to have a photograph on the mini bike with Santa. Deb's husband, of course, was very prominent in the Newcastle Speedway in England. Very well accomplished rider indeed. And her brother-in-law, Brian, he was involved in it as well, in Speedway, but not necessarily in England. Hello, Santa, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Give us a ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. If you'd like a photograph with Santa, come on over and see us. Peter, what's happening out there in the world?
Well, I've got Bill Powell coming out. Bill's the man behind the Speedway Riders Association. So I'm just waiting for... We're going to... Okay, I've got Bill Powell with me at the moment. Bill's the man behind the, what are we calling themselves these days?
The Australian Speedway Riders Association, which was formerly the Vintage Speedway Riders Association.
All right. So they changed the name, but you've encompassed everything to do with the sport, which, today is 100 years old.
It's amazing, 100 years of motorcycle speedway racing, and we hope the future for the next decades holds the same potential as the last 100 years has.
All right, so what's the role of the association? I mean, you have get-togethers and you're encouraging guys to look after old machinery, bring them up to scratch, and you love taking them out and showing them off.
Well, that's exactly right. Our main purpose these days is the preservation of speedway history. And today especially we've got the celebrating the centenary, but they're also celebrating those many, many riders that packed hundreds of thousands of people into showgrounds and stadiums around the world to watch speedway racing, who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, some of those racers paid the supreme sacrifice. And I feel today is a tribute to them as well, as celebrating the centenary of the sport. Our association more is preserving the speedway history, but also encouraging members or non-members to restore speedway motorcycles, showing the evolution of those machines from the 20s up to the 90s and 2000s.
Okay, now in this pavilion, we're standing outside the Willard Pavilion, there is that plaque in there that lists all the solo and sidecar riders and passengers who have sadly lost their life during that 100 years, but that's a very special acknowledgement, a very special piece of memorabilia that we should never forget.
Oh, that's exactly right, Peter. That is the most treasured possession that the ASRA has, is that honour board, and the respect that all our members and members of the public show the dangers of the sport those people that love their racing competed in.
And we don't want any more names on it.
We hope not. We always keep our fingers crossed and pray for those that participate today. They'll have a safe and long riding history.
All right, now you talk about keeping all the history. You're not only talking machines, you're talking any memorabilia as well, and that includes anyone who's got old programs or whatever. And I guess the message is, don't throw them out. Put your hand up. Tell someone. Someone will have them. I've got heaps. You've probably got heaps, but we don't want anything lost.
No, we hear some horror stories of deceased estates. The grandfather passed away, and members come in, the skip bin comes in, they just got to sell the place, they has to go rapidly. And all, not just programs and written memorabilia, but sometimes trophies, sashes, riding equipment gets thrown in the skip bin and throws away. But the association would be only pleased to accept any donations or contributes in that regard. That history of that, especially that person, is never lost.
Okay. Your association's got their own stand in here, so they can come up and talk to you. But the membership of the association is open to anyone, whether they've been a rider or a fan. I nearly said just a fan, but geez, the fans are just as important. But anyone can join?
Anyone can join. We have an associate membership, and they're for more the enthusiasts and those who have sometimes followed Speedway for many decades, and sometimes their knowledge and experience in Speedway is greater than some of those people who have ridden.
And you put out a wonderful little magazine, 3 or 4 times a year?
3 times a year. It's usually on average about 28 pages, colour issue, and I must thank my assistant editor, Val Watton, for the credit of that, because the last 13 years that publication has improved and is considered a worldwide credit.
Got a lot of good reading in it, I know that. Has had for a long time, and like everything, I don't throw them out. I've kept them all.
I'm so pleased to hear that.
Yeah, and I know you've got some copies in there today, or they were early. I don't know whether it's dwindling, gone. All right, but please, if you're in that Willard Pavilion, duck in and have a word with the team in there. You've got a few offsiders, Val's in there as well. But great to catch up with you as always, but huge shout out to what the association does and hopefully continues to do for many years to come.
Well, thank you, not just for today, but for the last many years. You've been so supportive of our association, and that's what we do need, and someone from the professional view to review us on a regular occasion and give us that PR that's always needed. And I thank you very much for that and for today as well.
Well, we won't be around for another centenary celebration. We hope we're both around for a few years and we keep bumping into each other. So thanks for taking the time out to come out and say good day.
That's my pleasure. And I thank everyone here being here today and making this day what it's been.
All right, there he is, Bill Powell, the driving force between keeping that association going. And talking about old things, we've got a couple of old things coming in here now. Lance is coming back.
Yeah.
One really old bloke called Dennis Newland coming in.
Come on in, Dennis, and just move a little bit to your left. The reason I've got both of you here, we know a bit about you, we've already talked to you, but this man here, Dennis Newland, would have to be the historian of all historians involved in Speedway. Welcome along to the 100-year celebration.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, Lance, but it's very nice, the compliment. But, it's a great occasion today, 100 years of Speedway as we know it today, right here on the date, 15th of December, 1923. You couldn't ask for anything better in a milestone of world Speedway history, and particularly solo racing as we know it today. This is really where it all started. And the man who started it, of course, Johnnie S. Hoskins. And, he took it to the rest of Australia, Sydney Showground in 1926, Davies Park in Brisbane 1927, and then, of course, it started over at Claremont Speedway in Perth in 1928, in Adelaide 1928. So he started what we have in world speedway bike racing, and of course it was the catalyst for not only solo racing but sidecar racing and of course speed car racing. And the 3 categories, solos, sidecars and speed cars, the very foundation for decade upon decade.
Well, there's no doubt that a lot of people may not know that Johnnie Hoskins was actually a Kiwi.
He was, yes, exactly right. And when he came to Sydney, he was looking for some form of employment, and he ended up here in Maitland, and he became the manager secretary of the West Maitland Agricultural Society, and of course they weren't doing too well with their annual shows, and it was his idea to put on motorcycle racing, and that's where it all started.
It certainly did. Now, Peter, we made mention of the 2, the 3 and the 4-wheel category. Back in the days of, say, Jewellery Park or the International Motordrome, Newcastle Motordrome, they used to do that, didn't they? They'd have solos, sidecars and 4-wheel, whether it be the speed cars, sprint cars or the other open-wheeler cars. They were brilliant.
Well, as Dennis just alluded to, when we started going to the Speedway, a couple of years before me, not many years before, but a night at the Sydney Showground was solo, sidecar, speed cars. Yeah. And it was only as the machines, the 4-wheel machines evolved, got bigger, faster, needed different sort of surfaces, that you had the situation where the bikes and the cars rarely met. All my trips up to the Motordrome at time ago were for big bike nights, and the only four wheels you saw were the small cars, the TQs or Formula 500s. They couldn't put the big cars on those same nights where they'd prepared bikes, especially the tracks, especially for the bikes. So a lot of people say that was where things started going downhill a little bit, where you couldn't go along and see all those divisions on the one night, because from the speed cars it evolved into hot rods to start with, the occasional stock car race, etc. So you had 4 or 5 divisions on the one night. Now you don't get that.
You certainly don't. And Dennis, in terms of the differences of the surfaces and things like that, that's been a bit of a stickling point with the new Sydney Speedway, isn't it?
Oh, tell me about Eastern Creek Speedway. How long have you got, Lance?
I think we've got another 40 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, that'll only scratch the surface. Look, the evolution of the sport in this country, as Peter so rightly says, it has changed. The jury is still out on the benefits of clay tracks, but what it has done, it's divided the categories. We don't dispute the popularity of sprint car racing. Yep. A sensational, most exciting form of motorsport. We do not dispute that. But the clay tracks, that was the end of solos and sidecars. They had to go out wherever they could go, which, unfortunately, that's reality.
Unfortunately, it's been tried before. I mean, you probably both remember the International Speedway Masters Series that David Tapp put on, and the efforts that he did at Parramatta Speedway when it was clay, and it was downright dangerous.
Warrnambool was probably the same, wasn't it? It was largely a clay track, and I mean, well, if you did run it, it wasn't real good, and there was a lot of work went into it, needed to go into it to get it right, and it was just too much hard work for the promoter, so they took the easy option out. Yeah,
I remember being over at Claremont for one of the Speedway Masters Series as well, and that was pretty horrific, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, look, the fact of the matter is there's no category, like if you look at it, solo motorcycle speedway racing, it's gone to the world. So many countries involved. Look at the success of the Speedway Grand Prix. We've got to embrace what bike racing has done and what started here 100 years ago. I mean, we've produced some great world speedway champions. Back in the days of the one-off world final, the very first official winner, as we know, Lionel Van Prague, then Bluey Wilkinson in 1938, and then of course the first back-to-back winner, Jack Young, 1951 and 52, and like wonderful history here, Lance. And of course, you know, in the modern era, Jason Crump, 2004, 2006, 2009, Chris Holder, 2012, and Jason Doyle, 2017. So
can I just stop you for a second? You said you weren't a historian. You didn't look at anything then. Straight out of the mind. Give yourself good credit.
Well, I.
You forgot what he did yesterday, though.
Don't ask me where I live. I forget the address.
Sorry, keep going.
But really, the only reason, honestly, the only reason I say that is because the significance, and really it is the only reason, of what we have produced in Australia, where bikes, and in the modern era, bikes were big back in the 30s, 40s and 50s and 60s, of course, but in the modern era it's been pretty much primary cars, primarily, and yet we have still produced world speedway champions.
Yeah, unfortunately not here in Australia, but overseas. Of course, we did have the Melbourne SGP a couple of years, and Jason Doyle was crowned champion back then, and that was certainly spectacular.
Oh yeah, look, that was a red letter day for Australian Speedway, no question. We finally, you know, after what happened at the Olympic Stadium in 2002, which by even the promoter's admission, David Lander, was a failure. Yep. He admits that. But what happened at Melbourne, At least we got it back here. Unfortunately, it didn't continue. They originally planned for 5 years, but they got 3 years in. It's always been a problem, the Grand Prix coming to Australia. The logistics of it, the distances, that's always going to be a barrier.
Sorry.
It really will.
Yeah, well, Peter, I mean, you and I had a chat in Auckland when we had that Grand Prix over there about the exact same thing. What we need is a promoter who can do a back-to-back week apart. They've done it over in Europe. Why can't they do it here?
Yeah, I think the boys are getting toey for their on-track thing, but look, it's just a sad fact of life the way things have gone in recent times, and you know, not holding my breath at the moment. Before we let Dennis go, I just want to pick up on one point. He talked about Johnnie Hoskins wanting a job at one stage, and as long as I've known Dennis, which goes back to about the late 1970s, your job has been Speedway. Now, a lot of people say if you're doing something you love, you're not really working. Do you look back on your life in those terms?
Pretty much, Peter, pretty much. I feel very privileged, very fortunate, very, very, very privileged too. I owe it all to my parents. They met through Speedway. They gave me the passion, yeah.
Talking about that before, that most of us got dragged along. We had no choice in the matter then. Started us on that path. We're still on that path, and in your case, we hope you continue on it for many years to come.
Thanks very much, Peter. I appreciate that very much.
Talking about that, in your hand there you have a magazine, something that you've been very proudly involved in for many, many years, and helps support your income to be able to continue to be the guru in Speedway.
I don't know about the guru, but now comes the sales pitch. Make sure you copy before you leave.
Good on you. Thank you very much, Dennis Newland, Peter Baker. Been a pleasure talking to both of you. We might have a quick break here, Pete, while we've got the noise in the background to contend with, and then they're out on the track.
Sounds like a plan.
Sprouts Elder.
Eric Lanson. Billy Lamont.
Maureen Hansen.
Jack Mill. Jack Parker. Colin Watson.
Vic Foxley.
Blue Wilkinson. Johnnie Hoskins.
Frank Arthur.
Wal Phillips. Lionel Van Praag.
Since the beginning of time, the law of speed has fascinated human beings. Centuries ago, in the days of the Caesars, enormous crowds were thrilled by the great chariot races, which supplied the public demand for excitement. The modern equivalent of the sport of the ancient Romans is speedway racing. This exciting new sport caught the imagination of the press, and they called it the world's greatest outdoor entertainment. Dark, isn't it? But this is one of the earliest moving recordings of Speedway in history. Even this early 1930s action was a far cry from the real beginning. There were reports of an early type of Speedway in the USA in 1902. But the man who's universally recognised as the father of the sport is Johnnie Hoskins, a New Zealand showman who introduced motorcycle dirt track racing to help save the impoverished Hunter River Carnival at West Maitland. And that was in the early 1920s.
We came to England in 1928.
28.
I brought quite a lot of riders over with me.
Yes.
And then another promoter brought a few more.
Yes.
And they were tremendous draw cars.
But even though Johnnie Hoskins was the man who invented Speedway back in Australia, meetings had been staged in England at Camberley and Surrey, with Fay Taylor becoming the first champion in May 1927. And there are also reports of a dirt track event being staged at Droylsden in Manchester in the following month. Harrison Gill took part in the meeting, and this is him on a visit to the circuit many years later.
But the birth of Speedway in Britain really began right here, deep in the heart of Epping Forest, in the county of Essex, behind the King's Oak pub at High Beach.
The Ilford Motorcycle and Light Car Club, run by Jack Hill Bailey, staged the first proper Speedway meeting on Sunday, February the 19th in 1928. As Sid Edmonds recalls,
We rode ordinary road machines, and it meant that when we raced, before we raced, we had to take mud guards off and things like that, anything that was surplus that would interfere with our speed. And so therefore, before we ever started a race, we had to dismantle all that. Then after racing, it all had to be put back again.
Jack Hill Bailey recalled, frankly, the whole meeting was a nightmare. Mr. A.J. Hunting, the Australian promoter, said to me, "My boy, you're all wrong. This isn't the way to run dirt track." I knew it was all wrong. What right had 30,000 people to cram into a ground which had accommodation for 2,000? And how was I to know we were going to have a summer's day in the middle of February? Of course it was all wrong. Well, right or wrong, we've started the ball rolling, and goodness knows where it's going to stop. With the success of that High Beach meeting, dirt track racing was becoming all the rage, and promoters and tracks were beginning to spring up everywhere. International Speedways was formed, headed by A.J. Hunting and managed by Vivian Van Dam, probably better known for his Windmill Theatre girly shows. The crowds thrilled to this new sporting excitement, and the biggest Cinder stars came from overseas. And here's a few of them being introduced to a large Wembley crowd.
First of all, Frank Arthur, captain of Australia, and captain of Stamford Bridge. The rider is Dickie Smythe of Stamford Bridge. The next, Vic Huxley of Brindle. Dickie Kate of Speedway.
Even though the sport was an instant success, no one cared too much for the term dirt track racing. And the Daily Mirror newspaper offered a £10 prize for the best alternative. Amongst the suggestions were dracking, slider scoot and cinder skiing. And of course the eventual winner, Speedway. The foreign stars, who had things pretty much their own way, began to be challenged by the locals, who were beginning to get the hang of this broadsiding. Some better than others. But British star riders did start to emerge. Jim Kempster, the Frogley brothers, Colin Watson, Eric and Oliver Langton, Alec Jackson, Frank Very, known as the Red Devil, Frank Charles, Cyril Squibb Burton, and who could ever forget the names of Jack and Norman Parker.
It was bad for me and Jack to ride together, because several times we had bad crashes, because we could think it out and come out in the same place, you know. That's why I'd never done a match race with Jack. We didn't need to. We didn't in ordinary life, and Jack and I, on most things, we knew what each other was thinking. You know. No, nothing was said. And Jack would race me hard. I don't say he'd put me in trouble, but he'd be doing his best to get past me. But he never would while I was trying to pass Showgrounds. But that's why many people thought...
Norman Parker remembering the great rivalry on the track, and the crowds loved every part of it. 20,000 packed into High Beach every Saturday, and 32,000 attended London's White City, sometimes twice a week. 1928 had started the ball rolling for dirt track racing, and it had taken off. In England, the year ended with 34 licensed tracks operating. But as 1929 came along, Speedway faced a major problem: noise. Although tracks were threatened with closure, the sport continued to prosper, and the star riders were paid fantastic sums of money.
They could demand £100 appearance money, and the tracks in the country who couldn't afford to pay £100 for these star riders went broke one after another.
But I had to race motorbikes, and to be paid to race them made sense at the time. So I won £65 before the end of that season. It was late in the season, and before the end I'd won £65. I didn't go to work that winter.
It was star money for star riders, but after just 1 year of Speedway, the glitzy appeal was disappearing.
But then, when the first glamour went off, people didn't want it. It's team riders made it.
Someone suggested that the teams joined the league.
Yes.
And boy, did we jump at that idea. That's how the league was formed in 1929. And of course, as you know, we had first division, second division, and even a third division at one time.
The man with that league foresight was Jimmy Baxter. Baxter had worked out that the public wanted more from their sport than just individual riders' races. they needed to enthuse for their own track starts. They needed a team to support. And so Baxter arranged a team trial between his two clubs, Southampton and West Ham. The meeting was a success, and soon other tracks were following suit to form the Southern Speedway League, which was eventually won in 1929 by Stamford Bridge. And in the north of England, the league champions were Leeds. But there were the inevitable squabbles between promoters and wild stories of race fixing. Chaos again. But the press jumped in and advised a simple format. Make League Team Speedway the main feature of all events, and use a scoring system of 3 points for a win, 2 for second and 1 for third. The same format as we use today. One of the most remarkable teams was Wembley, operated by Sir Arthur Elvin and Johnnie Hoskins, who used every trick in the trade to pull in the vast crowds to watch their Wembley Lions.
I opened Wembley with Sir Arthur Elvin, who didn't know a darn thing about the sport. Did about everything to drag the people through the gates. I had elephants, and I couldn't get the elephants out of a walk. I told them I would have a race with camels. The damn camels wouldn't get out of a walk either. So, all right, I said, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I promised you 5 cheaters, but in reality there are only 4. The Cockney said, yeah, and we know the 5th is, well, there you are.
So Speedway had begun to stabilise and mature. It had its team competitions, the League Championship, backed by the News of the World, and this magnificent thing here, the Daily Mail National Trophy, which was Speedway's equivalent of the FA Cup. And it was a real feather in the cap of Speedway's respectability at the time, because the Daily Mail was the most powerful and influential newspaper in the world. The trophy, which is now insured for £30,000, is kept in the Mail's magnificent new building in Kensington, which is where we are now. But there were still 2 pieces of the Speedway jigsaw which were missing. One was a genuine and fair way of starting, and the other was an individual World Championship competition.
But a World Speedway Championship was still a few years away. Starting Speedway races had been a very hit or miss idea, with the 4 riders rolling to a flag marshal. And of course riders tried to cheat, and disputes could hold a race up for 20 minutes or so. Something had to be done to solve this problem. Fred Mockford, promoter of Crystal Palace, designed a revolutionary starting gate which would cure the problems. The idea was based on the horse racing starting tapes and operated originally by a hand lever. But the riders became wise and could anticipate the starters' movements on the centre green. Mockford worked hard again to eliminate the problem and eventually came up with the electric starting gate operated from an official's box out of sight of the riders. But this brought about its own set of problems. Gate looping, gate gardening, and gate crashing. But the 1930s were the real boom years. Tracks flourished and the fans packed in to watch their favourite stars. And it wasn't too long before the public wanted to see an official test match international, although there had been a set of match race tests between Australian and British riders, as Jack Parker well remembers.
They came from Blackpool in coaches, they came from all over the place. You couldn't get them in. They pushed the fence down, they broke the fences down, the pits, all the fences that got the lighting attached to them, they broke those down because the crowd, there was only small bankings, and they were all trying to climb on these fences. In 2 minutes, there was chaos, because we couldn't run the Speedway meeting because we got no lads. The electricians got to work, reorganised it, but unfortunately the crowd were then over the pits. So we had to bring the bikes into the centre and run the affair from the centre. And it was all match races, all it was marvellous. The setup was terrific.
That was in 1929, but the first official test match took place at Wimbledon the following year, with Australia dominating the event. But in this test, a few years later, it was a different story.
And now for the English team, the captain and present world champion, Jack Parker. Eric Lanton of Belgium. The next two riders are a Wembley pair, Ginger Lee and the youngest international rider, Gordon Byers. Now for a Crystal Palace pair, Nobby Key and Tom Fountain. The West Ham captain, Tiger Stevenson.
Will you call, Frank? Head. Australia has won the toss. Which will you choose, Frank?
One inside.
The inside position. Jack, on behalf of the Australians, I wish to congratulate you for the boys for winning the Ascendant this year. We hope to meet you home in Australia and give you a wonderful reception out there. Thank you. I'm naturally very pleased to have been a member of the winning team today, but I hope that when we meet in Australia it will be an even fairness.
Each rider who'd competed in the test matches in those early days received a plaque, and the stars at the top represent the number of test events he'd competed in. Incidentally, this plaque was awarded to Ginger Lees. The test matches had proved to be successful. So too had been the forerunner to the World Final, the Star Championships. The alley contests were match race operated on a knockout principle. The first 16-rider 20-heat format was introduced for the 1935 final, which was won by Wembley's Frank Charles. But the event was marred by the dramatic tragedy at New Cross the night before.
Speedway News. Speedway News. The tragedy happened here at the old New Cross Stadium on the night of Wednesday, August the 28th, 1935. The fans paid 1 3 to get in, that's 7.5 pence. That's a programme and a magazine, another 7.5 pence, and it was up this pathway and into the stadium. The stadium was right next to the Millwall Football Club, but as you can see, it hardly exists today, and I'm standing just about where the starting line was. Harringay had already beaten New Cross in a league match, and it was the last race of the night, the scratch race final. The line-up was Ron Johnson, Tom Farndon and Stan Greatrex, all of New Cross, and the fourth rider in the race was Bluey Wilkinson of West Ham. And according to the crash report, the time was 9:50 p.m. From the start, Johnson took the lead with Farndon right behind him, and they were racing very
folks, if there is a Greg Kentwell in the venue, would you please make your way over to the northern end of the grandstand, please. There is somebody here who wishes to meet you. Greg Kentwell. Thank you.
They were due to race in the Star Championship final at Wembley, the most important meeting of the Speedway.
Well, folks, as you can see on the super screen, out there on the main straight, looks like we've got some mini sprint cars happening out there, totally unscheduled, but if you'd like to wander on over to the grandstand area in preparation for our hot laps, which will be happening very shortly. Just another request, Greg Kentwell. Greg Kentwell, if you are here at the venue still, would you please make your way over to the Willard Pavilion backdrop? There is a young lady here that would like to meet you. I believe she is your cousin. Attention to anybody that is doing the demo laps, anybody involved in doing the demo laps, would you please make your way to the entrance to the circuit, way down past the grandstand, I guess, what's that, south? To the southern end. Yep. So anybody that's involved in the demo laps, please urgently make your way there. Thank you. Out on the circuit, folks, we've got some of the solos, or one of the solos, doing a hot lap. We'll bring him over in front of this backdrop that we're about to get across the track before it gets run into. We have a lost mobile phone, if anybody has picked it up, over near the Willard Pavilion. I'd appreciate it back, thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Alrighty, we'll try and get some of those riders back up here as we get this backdrop over. Well, apparently these are supposed to be demonstration laps, but hot laps is on their hot lips, I think. I'd say let's demonstrate how hot they can get. What do you reckon? Okay, we've got 3 riders out there at the moment on the solos looking at doing some demonstration laps. We'll try and fill you in on who's who in the zoo, but sometimes, Peter, it's a little bit difficult doing that, isn't it?
It is, most definitely, and yeah, we've talked about identifying people walking around in civvies today, so when they're out there with helmet and leathers on, it's going to be even harder, and of course, yeah, they may have picked up a set of leathers that belong to someone else that we associate with someone else, so it's not easy, but we're just making excuses before we get to trying to work it out.
Just like somebody picked up my mobile phone thinking it was theirs, perhaps. Anyway, on the back straight we've got 2 riders. I think one of them pulled into the pits. Let him go around here and see if we can get an interview very shortly. What do you reckon, folks? Pretty nostalgic seeing something like this 100 years after it started here. How about you put your hands together for the organising people that did a great job in getting things together here. I know it's been a little bit disjointed throughout the day, but I can tell you that the organising committee have really put their heart and soul into this, and are very grateful for your attendance and being able to see all of these riders, whether they're displaying their bikes in action or whether it's a standstill. Oh yeah! Put your hands together for it, folks. That's what it looked like. 100 years on, it's still the same thing. The Sultans of Slide. And very shortly we'll see the three-wheel gravel gladiators. Red flag on display, so that means we'll probably get these riders in. Or at least one of them's seen the red flag anyway. I wonder if that's actually Mel Guy on that bike over there in the back. Here we go, life and limb to try and wave him down. Okay, next lap, Mel. Hey guys down there, we want riders here to interview. Don't put them in the pit straight away, please. Wave your flag if you can hear me down there. Probably not. And because somebody's stolen my mobile phone, I can't ring you up.
Okay, there is movement down at the, we'll call it the pit gates. It's where the riders are coming out onto the track, and we can see one of the sidecar machines down there ready to be fired up. I think that might be the Team Saunders crew. Another one coming out behind them now. So this is far and away a division of motorsport that originated here, and we've well and truly mastered it and led the world ever since with Speedway sidecar racing. The first of them heading off down the long straight of Maitland Showground. Looks like we have another 3 bikes on the track, ready to come out. Of course, a lot of the old machines that we see in all categories, solo sidecars and all the car divisions, they have changed hands a number of times, but quite often it is a very serious enthusiast who has purchased the machines and done some work on them, and just enjoys going out for these demonstration type runs that we're going to see today. So here's another one of the sidecars heading down the straight. A little bit more sedately than the Saunders machine took on turns 1 and 2 for the sidecars. Looks like the Bond, the 27 Bond machine out there now, and having to guess it may well be Grant Bond on the sidecar now. Darren Caife on the last of the sidecars, just going out of the main straight now. So we've got 5 sidecars out there on the track, celebrating 100 years of Speedway racing. Started here exactly 100 years ago. Sidecars came a few years later, but gathering by the response from you folk up in the grandstand, they are a major part of the sport, major part of your interest. Some going a little bit slower than others, wanting to grab the throttle and relive past times and see how fast they can go around at least part of the track. The 27 machine, one of the Bond stable, been synonymous with three-wheel racing for decades. Grant's father, Jack Bond, starting out back, I think, in about the 1940s, riding sidecars, dirt track and speedway, and that's been picked up by Grant and Grant's kids. Good to see the bikes spreading themselves out around the track, allowing those that want to go a little bit quicker to get up to speed. Other bikes out of their way. What about it? What you seen?
Unlike a lot of categories these days, Peter Baker, they look good and they sound good.
You certainly wouldn't want to be following too close behind one of those bikes, because they are kicking up a massive rooster tail of this material. It's a very, very fine gravel surface out here, something they're not used to, but I reckon they're enjoying themselves out there at the moment. Well, hopefully up at the pit area they can send Grant Bond down to us down here, please, in front of the grandstand, and the other bike that's still mobile there, that I think's the Team Saunders. If you could point them down the straight to us, or not. If you can hear us down at the pit gate, can we have those riders down here, please, to us in the main straight?
Well, Peter, I can tell you that that was Grant Bond that was on the bike. His mother I had a chat with here. And you were correct that Jack, his father, did start in the late 40s. and rode through the 50s until he was injured in a bus accident and couldn't race anymore. And it was Victor Gavenlock that's on the passenger with Grant Bond today. And Victor hasn't been on a bike like that for over 15 years, because you might remember the Cox family have cemented themselves as passengers with all of the Bonds.
Successful years with Grant Bond, and I think they had Grant Bond, Vic Gavenlock, successful in a couple of Australian sidecar pairs championships, and Vic, from memory, would have been with Grant when he won at least a New South Wales championship as well. So long time passenger. Grant must have been doing something right, because he didn't go through many passengers over the years. I get a little bit worried when some of these riders change passengers very regularly.
Yeah, you're right, and it's good to see them getting back together again, because they had quite a good number of years together, about 10 or so years together from my memory. And Victor is a really nice guy. I had a bit of a chat with him earlier on this morning.
Certainly, a couple of them certainly got up to a bit of speed out there, Lance, and Grant, of course, is not all that long since he's been out on the track. Not sure that we saw him last summer, but very recent competitor, long-time competitor, and I guess once you do it, you don't forget how to do it.
He has the illustrious award, if you like, of being the only rider to have competed in something like 26 consecutive Australian titles.
Yeah, quite a remarkable record, wasn't it? And he arguably one of the better riders, or best handful of riders that never won an Aussie title. And I mean, we can rattle off a lot of good names who did win Aussie titles in that era when Grant was riding. But through that time, Grant was on the rostrum a couple of times, and there was one I remember at Kurri. Well, and if a particular South Australian rider had made a bit of an effort to get his stalled bike off the track, Grant would have been an Australian champion. But that bloke from South Australia, we won't name at the moment, left the bike on the track. The race had to be stopped, and yeah, that was one that went Darren Treloar's way, but others went against him. So I mean, that's the luck of the sport, sort of thing. But that one night when at Kurri about 8 years ago now, Grant should have won that Australian Championship, and as I say, his name would not be out of place on that list of Australian Championship winners.
Unfortunately, he has the tag of being the bridesmaid more than the bride.
I remember too, quite often, and through much of his riding, the Australian Sidecar Championship had a qualifying meeting to get in for at least half the field to get into the championship proper. And you know, if he'd not won the state championship, which Darren Treloar won most years, Vic found himself in the qualifying meeting, and some years there he struggled to get through that. I remember one year at Gilman in particular, I don't think he scored in his first 2 rides. He got to 8 points in his next 3 rides, scraped in, and then went out and mixed it with the best on championship night. That was the sort of rider he was.
Well, he has the tag of being one of the safest riders in sidecar racing, one of the more considerate riders, not to his benefit, I should say. Is an all-round nice guy, and so too are the whole Bond family and the Cox family. They do a fantastic job to champion the 3-wheel category. Okay. Looks like you're in for a shower there, Pete, so I'd suggest you get to the inside. Very shortly, we should be joined by some postie bikes, we hope, and Will Hagan will be taking us through those. Will has been involved in commentating the postie event at Cessnock quite successfully, and you've got a wealth of experience behind the microphone in the posties.
Yes, a great event that started in 2014. Tell you more about that shortly, but I was just looking at some showground lap records. And the flying start lap record for a solo motorbike around the 509 metres of the Sydney Showground, set by Bill Landells at 18.8 seconds. That's 97.5 kilometres an hour. And the Showground was a fast track, but it was also a fairly narrow track. Clutch start solo record was only 1 second slower, and that stands to Jim Airy, so 19.8 seconds, 92.54 kilometres an hour for a clutch start on a solo motorbike around the showground. Now, sidecars, the record there still remains, obviously, having closed in 96, to Doug Tyreman. The clutch start, 20.2 seconds, 90.7 kilometres an hour. And then speed cars, Jay Drake in 1996 did a 16.876, 108.6 kilometres an hour. But sprint cars goes back to 1980 at the showground to a lap time of that worked out to 108.42 kilometres an hour. So 1980, 16.9 seconds, 108.42. So he was only 16 years earlier than Jay Drake in the speed car. The sprint car was only a tenth of a second slower and 108.42 kilometres an hour. Yeah, the Postie Bike Grand Prix, now run for 8 times in the streets of Cessnock, to within one street of the main street at Cessnock. Really interesting, the last 2 years of it. 2 years ago, we baked in the heat and ended up suntan and sunburn. And then last year, or this year, we were flooded out. But it just continues to be a wonderful event. There's a special women's division these days, and a local hairdresser who'd done a bit of go-karting in her earlier days has got about 3 children and was talking to Chris Watson, who said, well, I've got a Postie bike, one of these Honda 110s. Would you like to ride? Which she did, and came in the top 3 in the women's section. And she's going to ride again in the open division next year. But what happened, Postie bikes, which you're going to see shortly, these Honda bikes, back in 1953, the man who founded Honda Motor Company, Soichiro Honda, decided that he needed some bigger selling model, and in 1953 they came up with this very modestly powered machine that ultimately was bought by post offices all around the world to doing letter and parcel deliveries. And since 1953, with not a lot of changes, some evolutionary changes, but not an enormous amount, Honda has made more than 100 million Postie bikes. And when the post office was losing interest in running them and buying them en masse, and the only way you could get them in Australia was to buy them ex the post office, people like Chris Watson went down to auctions in Sydney with a truck and bought swags of them, and bought them very cheaply. And of course, since then, they've become quite expensive and highly valued. A great old speedway thing of the wetting the track surface. And I hope you folk enthused by what you're seeing in here today, and the people you're catching up with and the machinery that you're seeing, will follow SGP, Speedway Grand Prix, next year on television. And every week that it's on, it's something exceptional in terms of the competition that we see and who wins. I might say Bartosz Szmazlik, the Polish rider and now twice consecutively world champion, is 3 times world champion, but he missed 1 year, and he's had 6 medals in his 7 years in the world championship, but is the class of the field at the moment. We had Jack Holder running really well this year, injury taking him out to prevent him getting better than the 4th place that he got in the championship this year. And we've got Jason Doyle competing again, the 2017 world champion, who will be back there next year.
Okay, at the moment, stand up guys. We've just seen them out there on the track. We've got a couple of Team Saunders with us at the moment, and that name's been around for a long time, and you're doing your best to carry on.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. Unfortunately, couldn't go quick enough today because it was only demo laps, but the bike's got a lot more left in it. But yeah, I just didn't want to upset too many people, so I just took it easy.
And not the sort of dirt or dust you normally throw up on a speedway track.
No, not at all. It's very unusual material to ride on.
So who'd you have on the side with you today?
My nephew Isaac.
Isaac, you've got it in your DNA too, have you? The sidecar blood?
Yeah, through me father, mother, uncle, pop. Yeah, godfather Phil McKernay. So yeah.
You can't get away. You just told it, or you just assumed it was your role, was it?
Nah, Mum didn't want me to do it at the start. Then got into it in 2017. Then since then been doing it.
Well, great to. I know Dad's been a great supporter of the sport for many, many years, but he keeps coming to events like this. It's great to see you guys out there. You got much planned for this summer?
Oh, we've got a few up at Tamworth that we're doing. A couple in February, one in March, and a couple in April. Okay.
Aussie title? In Aussie title up there, I think early April, isn't it?
Yeah, 5th and 6th of April. We're aiming for that. Hopefully we can get through, but if not, there's always next year.
Next year. Great to see you. Always well outfitted, always standing out on the track, and we hope you have a good season.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for coming, and thanks for Kurri Speedway for putting today on.
Okay, there they are, Steve and Isaac. The next lot of the Saunders clan coming through, as we've got James Bevan out there. Is it? No, James Bevan. He's going to bring the bike in here to us. Through a chain. James Bevan did have a run at Barley Ranch at the Trackmasters meeting recently in a very disappointing roll-up of slider machines. I don't know where they're all gone when it comes to dirt track and long track racing. Okay, we've got Grant Bond and Victor Gavinlock, I believe, coming back onto the track. And this time they're under instructions to stop and have a talk to us when they've done another couple of hot laps, which hopefully they're going to get the go-ahead for very, very soon. Notice when we did the opening ceremony at 12 o'clock, the Grant Bond machine was out there, ridden by Michael C., long-time helper for Grant. So Grant's obviously given himself the afternoon off work to come down and join us this afternoon. They are about as local as you can get when it comes to Speedway around this area, around Maitland itself. Grant Bond, as Lance was saying, it started with Jack Bond not long after the Second World War. So we're now up to over 75 years, 3/4 of a century, that the name of Bond has been associated with sidecar racing, both dirt track sidecar racing and speedway sidecar racing. There's some locals that have come out to put on a show. Put your hands together for them. Grant Bond, Victor Gavinlock. One of the best we've seen over the last probably 30 years in Speedway sidecar racing in Australia. Grant Bond and Victor Gavenlock. Hopefully they're going to pull up this time down the straight and we can have a chat with Grant and Victor. I'll just let them take their helmets off so you can see them. We have a chat. For a while. Vic reckons he's a bit puffed after 3 laps. 20 years, yeah. Well, I thought Lance was a little bit lean when he said about 15 years, but both the guys have got their helmets off at the moment. Grant, you gave yourself the afternoon off work, did you?
Yeah, I was over here this morning and ducked back for a few hours, but I'm finished now.
All right. Didn't see a lot of you last summer. Are you finished with Speedway or not?
Yeah, just having Coxie sort of having a bit of a spell, so yeah, haven't really been doing anything, so I'll just see what happens.
Your family's been involved. I did quick calculation from after, not long after the Second World War, so it's over 3/4 of a century. So you've been around, or your family's been around, for a big part of the Speedway Centenary.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I've done sort of 40 years myself, and Dad before me, so yeah, we've made up a fair part of the 100.
And what's it mean to you to be part of this? Did you ever foresee that the sport would get to 100, or you thought it wouldn't last that long?
Oh, yeah, I suppose I always hoped it would do that. I guess in parts of the world it's going great guns, others it's not so much, but yeah, hopefully we can keep it going for another 100.
Speedway sidecars have been very dominant and prominent in Australia. I mean, that's been good in one way, that you've ruled the world, but it's made international competition hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's only a few countries that have the sidecars, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely some fast Kiwis and even some of the Poms too.
And I guess it is the biggest gap in the machinery?
Oh, early on it was. Now they've generally got the same bikes as us, so but yeah, they're a lot closer to us now too.
Lance was talking before you came out about your career, and with Victor, you won a couple of Australian Pairs Championships. You won your share of New South Wales titles when Darren Trelaw deemed to let someone else win. Not let someone else, but you won a few of them on your merit, so don't take that the wrong way. But you never quite won an Aussie title. I think it's fair to say you're one of the best that didn't win an Aussie title over the last 30 years. What's the highlights, and how do you look back on your career?
Yeah, I guess second was as close as we got. We got a couple of podiums. Yeah, I mean the whole thing. I suppose it was pretty good to make the 25 or 26 Aussies in a row. So got 4 New South Wales titles and I think 4 Pairs titles as well. So Yeah, but probably not so much just what you won. It was more the good time you had doing it.
I made the comment that you didn't go through a lot of passengers over the years, so you must have been kind to them and looked after them.
Yeah, I guess so. Or the ones that had bounced good. But yeah, I guess a few of them, like Victor, have I guess got hurt and come back later on. So yeah, I mustn't have been too bad, I guess.
Walk around the other side to have a word with Victor, and you said 20 years. I thought it was getting up to that stage, but you rode with Grant for a long time and a lot of success and a lot of enjoyment, I hope.
Oh yeah, it's been great. You know, I met Grant as an apprentice, and one weekend he said, "Want to come out for a ride?" And that was how it started. And so that was when I was about 17, I think. And rode with him up until we had a big buster down in Victoria. I broke my arm pretty bad and got plates and in it, so I stopped them for a while. Then I started again probably 10 years later. And then on 2005 I broke my neck, so I had to stop, which was probably sensible.
Yeah. And you're still here to talk about it and remember it.
Yeah, so I thought today might be my last chance to get on one, so I thought, bugger it, I'm getting on.
It looked as though you remembered what to do.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You said you were puffed after a few laps, but it was just something you took to naturally when you hopped on the side again?
Well, it's a bit like riding a bike. Everything's in the right spot. You just grab things and then it just happens.
A great deal of trust obviously worked up over a long period of time with Grant.
Well, I think he makes it easy. You know, he's pretty smooth. You pretty well know what he's going to do. Well, we might think the same, I don't know, but you can sort of tell if he wants more drive or more steering. You just sort of move around to suit.
And that makes it easier for the rider too, knowing that little signals like that you pick up on and act on straight away.
Well, I think it's a team thing. So you've got to be working together, or it doesn't work. You can probably go fast by yourself, but to go really fast, you have two people working together, I think.
It is a real team. Of all the things I remember about you guys, I remember one night racing to the old Sydney Showground. You guys, something happened to you that I've never seen happen before. A tyre come off the wheel. And I asked afterwards who put it on, and he said, Grant did. One of the rarer things that have happened. Does that sort of thing stand out in your mind when you look back over a long career?
I guess so. I mean, on the sidecars, it's not that uncommon to lose a tyre as such. You know, especially a big track like this when you're really working them hard. They're really made for the solos, I guess. And we got twice the power, or probably 3 times the power and twice the weight. So yeah, they're working hard. But yeah, I mean that was pretty disappointing. That was the last showground meeting, I guess. You know, and to have that happen. But I think that was our first ride, so we still got to finish a few after that. But yeah, so it was good. I'd just like to thank me mum and my family for coming out and having a look, and to thank my son for letting me ride his bike too.
So we might still see some bonds out there?
Yeah, the 2 boys are still going, so yeah, there will still be some around.
Good on you. Ladies and gentlemen, Vic Gavenlock, the passenger, Grant Bond, the rider. They are locals, as local as you can get them. They've been out here today, reviving some memories, I guess, and turned on a great exhibition for you around this Maitland Showground track. And without being unkind and talking about a lot of the riders here today, a lot of them were, I won't say amateur racers, but weekend racers who enjoyed getting out there and having a go. When you see Grant Bond and Vic Gavenlock out on the track, you are seeing one of the elite performers in Speedway sidecar racing.
I once had the pleasure of being a passenger with Grant Bond around the Gosford Showground, and it was staged where Victor decided he'd spit the dummy because of Grant and what have you, and I raced out there in my leathers and hopped on. A flying start, he managed to get within 0.4 of a second of the lap record, and I tell you what, I was absolutely thrilled. Never had a better time in my life.
All right, we, as I said, Will, it's good when you see one of the best and you remember them because they were very good, and to boot, Grant Bond, one of the really nice guys involved in the sport.
Well, absolutely, but I remember the sidecar guys at the showground, people like Doug Robson and people like that were real characters, and gee, they put in an enormous amount. No, a very spectacular category, as I was saying, of those bikes going around then. By comparison with a lot of motorsport these days, from supercars up to Formula One, those bikes look sensational and sound fantastic. And why they aren't out there entertaining us more than happens these days is beyond my understanding, because it's a category of people that appeals to people who mightn't be across motorsport at all. But when they see that, two people, with one of them leaping around like a monkey, and a deranged monkey at that, as a passenger, it's just sensational. It is something very, very special. The machinery's good, and what the guys do on it, from the driver to his passenger, or her passenger. What about Doug Chivers had Margaret Halliday as passenger and an Australian champion. And I remember watching at the Dipper at Mount Panorama, and a spectator near me said, "I just watched the sidecars to look at Margaret Halliday. She's sensational."
With the sidecars too, my early memories of the Sydney Showground, all the solos were given, helmet collars and race jackets, and they'd be red or blue or whatever. The sidecars started something in that they all had distinctive racing leathers on, which made them very easy to stand out. But when a lot of people you hear across various disciplines of motorsport talk about their team and all the hangers-on in the pits and people are doing it, but in sidecar racing you can't get any more than a team than what you see on a sidecar.
Or families. I mean, you have a look at the Griffiths, for example. Alan Griffiths was an accomplished passenger of Darren Treloar. Greg Griffiths is here today, and Mark Griffiths used to race as well. So you had Greg, the father, Mark and Alan, the two sons. Then you go to the Levies, for example. Bob Levy, I think it was 1960 or 66, he won a New South Wales championship. Aussie title in 65. I mean, it's really encouraging to go from father to son and even to daughter. I mean, Mark Drew and Tina Carron from Western Australia, they were fantastic. Russell Mitchell and I can't remember the young lady that was his passenger. Jackie Addison, that's right, yes. It goes on and on and on, doesn't it, Will?
Stan Bayliss, the Bayliss family, father and son, a lot of, as I had some shirts done a while ago that said, "Cars move the body, but bikes move the soul." And that's true. Like, it doesn't take much to find people who've got 20 or 25 or more motorbikes stored in a shed somewhere. Not a lot of car people get grabbed by the same sort of passion as grabs people with motorbikes. And it's just, in fact, I was talking to a guy just an hour ago who rides 40 kilometres each way, each day, rain or sunshine. He's 78 to get to work. And he's done lots of competition motorcycle riding, but still riding 80 k's a day, irrespective of the weather. He said, "I see a lot of friends, they go out when the weather's fine."
Okay, you mentioned some names, of course. I guess the big name in sidecar racing, Speedway sidecar racing over the last couple of decades, of course, is Treloar. And Darren took after father and a couple of uncles who were also very involved through the time we grew up, watching the sport in the 70s. So it's a great thing, and it's right across motorcycle racing, isn't it? You see it through clubs where everyone gets involved in some way. It might be dad working in the pits and mum helping out in the canteen as a son of Bob Levy walks past, sort of thing, who's Warwick Levy's back doing dirt track sidecar racing. He hasn't got it out of his system either. But it's a great thing. I mean, it happens in some sports, but I think motorcycles are really, really strong, stronger than a lot of sports.
It's very strong because to do a good lap time, irrespective of what you think of your rival, if your rival does a lap time that's close to what you're doing, you know what you've had to do. to do that lap time. You've had everything hanging out. You've really, you know, thrown everything at it. And I think there's enormous respect that you don't get the same respect, in my theory, in car racing as you get in motorcycle racing. And when, if people see that A, you can ride really quickly and you're not dirty too, you know, you can trust the other guy, then there's a respect. You mightn't like him, but there's an enormous respect there that I suspect you don't get in car racing these days. I mean, somebody comes third in a Formula One Grand Prix. Well, yes, the driver's got something to do with it, but in the case of Mercedes-Benz, there's 1,300 people that have got something to do with it. And they're telling the driver on the radio into the car, take it easy, on the left-hander corner 11, your left front tyre's getting a bit knocked about. Now, nobody does that in bike racing. Get on there, the throttle's on the right, the clutch is on the left, and you've got a couple of brakes if you're lucky. Go for your life. And when I say brakes, I'm not talking of Speedway. So as I say, I think there's much more respect for what people do in motorcycle racing than you get in other types of racing. And you've got to include that with sidecars, because over and above the one-person operation of a solo, two people, what they achieve in a sidecar is something really special.
It's all about synchronicity, there's no doubt about that. You can have a really good rider, you can have a really good passenger, but unless you can synchronise those two together, it's not going to work.
Talking incidentally, you were talking earlier of some, you know, various riders and things, and Peter Baker was talking of dirt track. What about a guy who in 2007 won Ducati's first ever world championship, Casey Stoner, and then 5 years later got on a Honda and won another world championship, and recently a vice president of Honda Engineering said, I don't think there's ever been a rider the standard of Casey Stoner. But I'm going back earlier to Peter Baker's era, Peter Dirtbikes Baker, because there was a meeting, Peter, where Casey Stoner, before he went road racing and before he packed it and went to Europe, I think he won 23 of the 24 races at a dirt track meeting, and people thought, this guy can ride. And when he got onto a road racing bike, he showed that yes, he could ride, and also that his dirt track training had been an enormous advantage for him.
That's showing through more and more. I mean, Lance did a lot of announcing at dirt track meetings for many, many years. He sort of he's drifted apart from the other sport a little bit in more recent times, but I often make a comment at a dirt track meeting or a junior speedway meeting and the comment is that you don't know who you are watching in action. You don't know whether those kids out there on the track, where they're going to be in 15 or 20 years' time. They could be on the world stage. And I look back, I mean, I was going back through my Bathurst long track programs recently, and Casey Stoner's name's there, Brock Park's name was there. You know, these sort of kids have come through. They've all started out. You would have seen a lot of them as well. I mean, Jack Miller and Jack Kelso and Remy Gardner, they're all on the world stage at the moment. They all started, they were racing Australian Junior Dirt Bike Championships down at the Central Coast in about the mid 2005, around that era sort of thing. And I'm sure that, you know, you'll say you agree with me, Lance, in that you see kids and you think, oh yeah, they might go all right. But also there's some kids that aren't really standouts as a junior, but they go on to bigger and better things. So the dirt track racing for the juniors, and with the speedway setup we've got for the juniors, it's fantastic for our riders, and I think it's shown enormously over the last 20 years.
Undoubtedly, and I've got to say that I had the pleasure of actually awarding Casey Stoner at the presentations his first Australian Junior Championship, and at that stage I made a comment, that kid's going to be a world champion one day, and he was, not once but 3 times. So, you know, sorry, twice, I beg your pardon. He just missed out on one occasion, should have had 3, as the records will show. He finished in 2nd place that particular year. But you talk about families and things like that. dirt track era has been fantastic, and over in the paddock there I ran into Stephen Davies and his father, the great KD, Keith Davies, 4 times Australian dirt track champion. Stephen won an Australian dirt track championship himself, and Stephen's son Alex won some junior dirt track championships. So there's a grandfather, father and son all involved in dirt track, and that's what we're trying to get at, is the family synergy in that sort of thing and how it develops. I mean, Craig Boyce has got Speedway Star training and things like that. He's developed a program that has been very successful, and in years to come we should see some very good junior riders in the senior ranks. Now, I believe what we've got out there at the moment, Will, is the postie bikes have been having trouble getting out there. So what they've done is they've brought some cars back out in the hope that the postie bikes will get their act together. So after the cars, hopefully we can see the postie bikes.
Which will be interesting. The other thing about motorcycle racing generally is cost. And, you know, you can have a very competitive speedway bike for very reasonable money. By comparison these days, I believe there are some people in go-karting, in karting in Australia, are spending $100,000 a year. I mean, give me a break. Goodness me, you know. A speedway bike, what, 25, 30 grand to be real competitive at World Championship level?
And then you go back to the basics, the club level type stuff, and like you can get a 300 Ninja Kawasaki for around $5,000–6,000 with spares and things like that. 1 set of tyres for the year. It runs on the smell of an oily rag, and it teaches you how to ride a bike. Then you can upgrade it to the next level.
Very valuable words. Teaches you how to ride a bike. And there's been some very smart people managing teams and young riders and things, and said, you don't need more power. You need to utilise all the power you've got at the moment.
Right, got our cars coming onto the track for a demonstration, of course, in the number 25 car. That's the green street stocker on the back straight. The Carline Mufflers green street stocker, the Falcon, the BA Falcon. Driven by Newcastle's only Shane Carlson. Been in the... We need the driver for the push car, please. If we can go hold of you. Somebody needs a push by the look of it. The late model, the number 33 car that you can see coming onto the straight here now is Barry Tow's own machine, driven by his son Mark. Something like about 800 horsepower these things run, and this is the white car. The number 16 car is Jeff Griffin. And that's what's commonly known as an outlaw sedan. And I did mention earlier when they were out here in the parade lap earlier that this is the, well, Division 2 sedan type car, not the top level of super sedan racing, like the John Pines and that used to run at the Newcastle International Motordrome. This is the next scale down. They've started a new division where it's got... I think it's got a leaf spring rear end in it. The specifications allow you to run a leaf spring rear end. And a restricted engine. Can't run the big bangers like they run in the super sedans. They run the smaller engine. I think they're actually crate engines, they call them. So yeah, these particular cars are well, for the working man, so to speak, a little bit cheaper. There's a lot of them around that used to run years ago. The older super sedans that were running, well, there's a lot still parked in garages, and that's what they're trying to do here, is get them back on the track again, which is a good idea. These things, late models. How big's your checkbook? That's about what it amounts to. You see the one down the back there? That's the latest and greatest. The number 2 car down the back there belonging to the Cassidys. And but these things, as I said, about 800 horsepower, left-hand drive. Big car when you look at it on the racetrack. You could imagine 3 of these cars side by side. This track's not too bad, it's nice and wide, but you get a track that's not quite as wide as this, put 3 of these side by side. And don't forget, these guys are sitting in the left-hand side of these cars, which means that the 2 guys on the outside, well, the guy on the inside would not be able to see those guys on the outside because they're sitting in the opposite side of the car. Talking about our street stockers, this particular guy here, Shane Carlson, I think is about 5 times New South Wales champion, and he won the New South Wales Street Stocker Championship at Grafton Speedway last season, at the end of the season, about the second last meeting of the season. He crowned himself another New South Wales championship. Wouldn't meet a nicer guy. He'd be the only guy that I know of, and I don't know how old his mum is, but you'll see him wheeling his mum around in the wheelchair. Doesn't matter where he goes racing. He might be in Gunnedah, he might be in Tamworth, he could be at Cullenbullen. He's always got his mum with him, and he wheels her in the wheelchair, wheels her up to the fence. She sits there all night and watches him race. And she's here today too. She's out in the tent down the back there. And as I said, he's a great guy with it. But a few meetings coming up with the cars up at Gunnedah on the 6th of January. The other car on the track is what they call an MK National. We've got their New South Wales title at Gunnedah on the 6th of January, where they've got about 30 cars nominated. You get guys like Darryl Kime, Raymond Kime from down this area. Darryl Kime's been running for 100 years, I think. I'm not sure how old he is, but it seems that long. He's a great operator. He could be a New South Wales champion on the 6th of January in Gunnedah because he is a very good steerer. But in saying that, Tim Reedy will be there, and Tim Reedy is he's the guy that actually owns the division. Strangely enough, the division's owned by an individual guy, and Tim Reedy owns that particular division, and he will be there. I think the South Australian champion, the Victorian champion will be there. The Hardys from Queensland will be there. Russ and Matt Hardy, another couple of operators out of Brisbane. Very good operators of these MK Nationals. And MK Nationals consist of, well, used to when they started them off, this was going to be another cheap way of going speedway racing. 253 V8 engine, Holden front clip, and then a manufactured from the back, the chassis. Work it out yourself. Leaf spring rear end if you wanted to. Today, crate V8 engine, still run the Holden front clip. Adjustable rear end, quick change differential. So this is what they've gone to from this cheap, everybody's affordable race car to what we got today, which is nearly as good as the nearly the same sort of suspension as you're running on the late model, which is coming around here onto the main straight. So just goes to show that it starts off nice and cheap, but then I don't think it ends up very nice and cheap. But that MK title is on in Gunnedah on the 6th of January, so it should be a good meeting not to be missed up there. It was rained out from November. Strangely enough, Barry Towers has got a reputation for bringing rain, and all the farmers in Gunnedah think he's great because every time he puts a speedway meeting on, it rains. So hopefully the 6th of January it won't rain and we'll get that championship on. But yeah, last weekend at Cullenbullen they had the Super Production title run down at Cullenbullen. I actually haven't been to Cullenbullen myself, to the track. They've just spent a lot of money on that track down there. Last Saturday night, young Jaden Healy from Portland actually won that championship, but a Super Production car is virtually the same as the BA Falcon over there, the green one, but can run all these modified arms, modified suspension, race tyres. And last Saturday night down at Cullenbullen, they didn't get enough Super Production cars to run that particular championship, so they allowed the street stockers to run with them, which is fine. Street stockers one of these cars, like I said over here, virtually not standard suspension, but a little bit of modified suspension, but you can't run any flash arms or adjustable arms or anything on them. But last Saturday night at Cullen Bullen Raceway, Jaden Healy won the title, another Super Production run second, and a Street Stocker run third. A guy from Gunnedah by the name of Matt Cobb, who's been going very, very well lately in Street Stocker racing, and it just goes to show that some of these cars has got a lot of money spent on them and not necessarily that much quicker than the others, but yeah. Also a junior title put through down there last weekend, which is great to see. Future of our Speedway, those kids that come out and they start racing these days at 10-year-old. I believe 10-year-olds too young to be racing cars, but anyway, that's what they got them doing these days. 10 years of age they start racing junior sedans, which are a 4-cylinder car, maximum of 1.6 litre, sorry. Last Saturday night at Cullen Bullen, young Wyatt Lawler from Narrabri. He drives a Honda vehicle, little Honda. He came out and won the championship down there last weekend. And a young guy from Coffs Harbour by the name of Jackson Bailey comes second. Tell you a little bit of a story. At Tamworth last season, a lady came to me and said, "You've got my son's name wrong." I said, "Why is that?" She said, "His name is Jackson Bailey." I said, "That's all right. Have a look at the program." And on the program there was a Jackson Bailey and a Bailey Jackson. She said, "You got his name wrong." I said, "No, I didn't." I said, there's a Bailey Jackson out there. So it just goes to show the names and what you get to do at a Speedway meeting. But anyway, yeah, so good meeting last weekend. But don't forget that one on the 6th of January at Gunnedah. Here's the man himself, Mr. Towers. He promotes the Speedway at Gunnedah. And Barry, we're looking forward to that one, aren't we? This MCA title. And I'm having a pick. I'm going to put Raymond Kime on the spot and reckon he'll take that New South Wales Championship out.
Well, I think it'll rain.
That's what I said. The farmers are going to think this bloke's great. They'll do anything for him. He brings the rain every time he puts a race meeting on. But anyway, we got rained out in November, mate, but we're going to get this one through in January.
Yeah, for sure. But we're my son Mark, who's just driving that late model out there, he'll be, hopefully, we're just waiting for last approval. He'll be in a AMP car to take the challenges up to him.
You reckon he will? We're waiting for him to bring that street stocker to Gunnedah that you bought off Ray Healy, that you built street stocker. We're waiting for him to turn up in that.
Yeah, it's too fast for him. He's a bit scared of it, I think.
But anyway, wish all those guys all the best on the 6th of January. As I said, a good title. Reedy's going to be there, so he'll be hard to beat. He's the defending champion, I think, Reedy. But you got those guys. You got that Russ and Matt Hardy out of Queensland, mate. They go pretty hard. And you got the two Kimes from down here, Raymond and Darryl Kime. You got Lindsay Cornwell, who supplies a lot of this race gear for these blokes to hop in and drive. He'll be there. So yeah, it should be a good meeting. It should be a great meeting. Actually got super sedans on the program as well.
Yes, mate. We'll have super sedans, outlaws, and of course the street stock fender benders, 4-cylinders and juniors. It's going to be a great meeting. We're looking to have 90 plus cars there, so it'll be a great meeting.
Should be great. Weather will be great. Come on out to Gunny. You'll certainly be welcome out there. We'll welcome you out there to that particular race meeting. And then the following weekend, I think we're in Tamworth on the 13th. They've got a meeting on over there. So there's plenty happening up in the northwest, if you want to call it that. And but you'll be welcome. Come on up. Tell them that you're at the 100 years of celebrations at Maitland, and that'll even make you more important to come up there and see what happens in Gunnedah. Good to see so many people here today, and as I said, Speedway, I said, is one of the best sports that I've come across. So I said for meeting lovely people, and as I said, it's always been great for me and my wife since we've been involved, probably for about half the 100 years. I haven't been here for the 100 of them, I can tell you. I don't think I'll make another 50 either. But anyway, all the best to everybody today. If you've visited to Maitland, great to see you down here. Hope you enjoyed what you see, and don't forget those meetings coming up, and anytime there's a Speedway meeting on. Don't forget tomorrow night too out at Kurri. Should be a great meeting out there. Gee, some good solo riders on the program there tomorrow night. You won't get a better lineup, so it should be some good racing out there. So have a good afternoon, what's left of it, and those that are going to the dinner tonight, that should be a great night, and we'll enjoy that one and catch us somewhere else again one day.
Well, guys, very shortly we'll be conducting a number of different interviews. I'll be based here at the Willard Pavilion, and the static display paddock area, Peter and Ray are scheduled to go around and have a few interviews and what have you. So we'll see what we can do about that. What we don't know, we'll make up. That's probably the best way of doing it. Of course, there's plenty of action happening. Don't forget, of course, as Ray mentioned, tomorrow night we've got the Speedway at Kurri, and of course there's that big international meeting happening up at North Brisbane Speedway, and that of course is the Cooper's Brewing Australian Speedway Centenary, and it's over 2 nights with the sidecars on one night and the solos on the next night, 28th and 29th of December. And if you can't get up there trackside, then you can certainly tune in to the live streaming. Go to the website of the Australian Speedway Centenary and you'll be able to click on that. $35 per night, or if you buy the 2-night package, $60 in total. Looking forward to that one. Then of course on the 26th we have the Australia Day meeting, and then the Australian Speedway Solo Championship commences over a 5-round period and goes to places like Gilman in South Australia, Mildura in Victoria, Albury Wodonga area, as well as the North Brisbane Queensland round, and of course our own Kurri round for the Australian Championship. Looking forward to all of that happening over the next month or so. Well, folks, Well, folks, we're going to start our interviews off over here, not that far away from the pavilion area. First of all, Jacko, come on in, Jacko. Good to see you again, my friend. It's been a long time. Tell us about this bike behind us here.
Well, this bike we have here is Scotty Sunderland, Claire Sunderland's old bike. Last raced up here in a match race against Jack Bond. Jack Bond's passenger fell off and they had to rerun the match race the next week. So it's started life as probably a 4-valve bottom end, which has now got looks like a pocket valve racer, American racer, and it would have been in a frame. It was owned by Jack Turner many years ago. The bike got sold in Devon Prague, and the motor apparently has come back here to Newcastle, and it was part of the Ian Cameron collection that he bought off Scotty Sunderland. Scotty Sunderland was OAM, Order of Australian Medal, and so was Ian Cameron for their services to motorcycle. So it's got a little bit of history about it. It has a mic, spark plugs. It has a Shebler barrel fuel carburetor. It's got the Bosch, baby Bosch magneto, and Scotty campaigned it up here in the 40s and 50s. And then it languished under his shed until Ian Cameron bought it, and then we purchased it to keep the perpetuity and being a caretaker for it the last few years as part of our Speedway history. And just behind us we have a display here, all the books by Brian Lear, which documents all our early Hunter Valley Speedway history. And if anybody's interested, we little brochures here. Brian can't be here today, so I brought this stuff up here, and we're getting involved with the Maitland Historical Society to try and keep the history of this speedway going. Even though we know we were racing motorbikes against Sydney in 1905, the purpose of what Hoskins did for us, right, was to promote Speedway professionally, right, which allowed the riders to earn prize money, to go ahead, enough prize money, more than they worked they earned on the dairy or in the pits. They then became professional riders and let them maintain and produce the cycle. And who paid for all that, the prize money? The spectators did, because we had a fantastic following of Speedway in its time. The progress to dirt track. You talk to Pat Financi and say, why did he give up dirt track and go Speedway rides? Because he might clean sheet the program, but we'd get his entry money back. At least with Speedway, you were guaranteed your prize money, and away you went. And it was fantastic spectator support. It was fantastic sport. That was well supported until we got our iPhones, right?
Well, talking about some characters in the sport, I'm going to interrupt these guys here. We've got three or four times Australian dirt track champion, Keith. 4 times, Keith Davies, and of course we've got Pat Finance and Frank Caife over here. Characters in their own right. First of all, Pat, you were involved in Speedway a fair bit, weren't you?
Yes, I was, yes.
And why did you end up giving up things?
I was getting too old.
But it's an enjoyable sport, isn't it?
I loved it. Loved the dirt track and Speedway, yeah, yep.
Very good. And Frank, your involvement mainly with sidecars?
Yeah, both on the dirt track, and I've also been running with son's sidecars on the Speedway the last 10 or 12 years. He says 20 years, but it seems like a lifetime with him. He's put out of it now with that injury that he had. But I can remember when Keith won the Duke of Edinburgh at Seymour, and he had an accident, and he came off, and there's no way in the world he'd ever ride again that day, and he did, and he won the Duke of Edinburgh that day. It was a marvellous performance, as he always was.
Talking about that, you, I think, and Stephen, your son, are the only ones to have their names consecutively on the Duke of Edinburgh trophy, father and son.
Not consecutive, Lance, but we're both on there.
So you're the only father and son to be on there in solo motorcycle racing?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
And with your grandson Alex racing as well, how proud are you as a dirt track and your son's, of course, on Speedway?
Oh, very proud. Alex looked like he was going to go ahead, and he decided to go to England before he could get into the seniors on dirt track here in Australia. So The year before he went, he'd already thrashed him in the dirt track down at Cowra on his 250, and he was the only slider, might I say, in the race against 11 other motocross bikes, and they're all on about sliders were out of control and all that. The 11 riders on their motocross bikes were out wide, and here's Alex puttering around the white line on the inside.
One of the halcyon times of dirt track racing back years ago, you were involved in the Australia versus England test matches at places like, of course, Salty Creek and up at Old Bar in Taree.
Yeah, I was at Salty Creek. It was the first one. I think Bill Ross brought that out in '72, wasn't it? And then Frank was one of the promoters at Salty Creek Promotions at that point in time. And then Taree, I've been to Tamworth. I went to Queensland to do it, but that didn't happen because it got flooded out. That was the year of the big floods up in Brisbane, and that buggered all that. And then the boys stayed on there to do it next week, but I couldn't stay there any further.
In your own view, what is the most memorable moment for you in your racing career?
I'm trying to pick one out.
First time I've seen you speechless, guys. What do you reckon?
No, I think your first Australian Championship is the most important. But even so, before I won that Duke of Edinburgh one, I'd already won a 500 title down at Amaru Park. Terry Poole won the Duke of Edinburgh that day. But no, there's been so many. I mean, I've won about 13 or 14 state titles in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. It's hard to pick anyone out now, especially when you're 80-year-old.
Well, as a young'un watching you from the sidelines many, many times, I've got to say you were the Sultan of slide, especially through right-handers.
Oh no, they reckon Chris Watson's that, and I challenge that.
I would too. Age beats experience, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's. I was pretty good at the right hand, especially at Head and Greet. It was a really good one. The right hander at Salty Creek brought me undone one day, put me in hospital for a week, and unfortunately I was coming down through the right hander full pelt, and the bloke decided to push his bike across the track just after the right hander, and I couldn't avoid him.
Yeah, that right-hander brought a few people undone. It was certainly a challenging circuit, but a very rewarding one as well.
Oh, it wasn't the right hand, it was the bloke. I hit his motorbike, and that was the end of that, you know. I didn't know where I was for a week.
Well, thank you very much, Keith Davies, for taking time out to speak with us.
Oh, thanks. That's all right, Lance, and I think it's been a really good day, to be honest with you, today. Some good bikes here, some good people here that I haven't seen for a lot of years. But no, it's been a good day.
A good trip down memory lane for you too, Pat?
Yes, it's been very good, Lance. I've enjoyed it and meeting so many friends from the early days.
Excellent. Thank you for taking time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
And Frank Cafey, you must have enjoyed yourself. I don't think I've seen you smile so much in all my life.
No, this is absolutely the best day that I've had in motorcycling ever. There's no doubt about that. Whoever organised this, congratulations to them.
Well done, thank you very much. Kind words. Well, folks, that brings us to the end of our first interview, but there's plenty more coming your way in the paddock with others.
All good. Right, I got Darren with me from Speedway Australia. Darren, and you guys, everyone will be looking forward to seeing you guys today. Speedway 100 years in 100-year celebration, of course, and we're here at Maitland celebrating it, but you guys these days are the governing body.
Yeah, we're the governing body for all the cars in Australia. Motorcycle in Australia still do all the motorcycle stuff. But together, we work together, and we're always, you know, myself and Peter Doyle are always talking about what's the best thing for the sport moving forward.
And how's it going, do you think?
Look, Speedway racing, as far as cars go, is absolutely sensational at the moment. Yes, we would love to get Eastern Creek firing, and that is, you know, we're doing everything we can to make that happen. But at the end of the day, when you look at how big Speedway is in this country, we have just on 100 racetracks in the country that run cars. We 295 clubs, about 75 different divisions, and we run close on 1,000 events a year when we add in our practice of. Speedway's big. It's a $2 billion industry across Australia, just in the cars.
So it's as big as it ever been, you think? Bigger and better, or about the same?
No, year on year we just see growth all the time, and we've just started a new junior attraction program. So Speedway Australia, the board of Speedway Australia, done a sensational job in putting a package together. So we've got a junior car which is going to be dual controlled, and we'll just invite kids from everywhere, non-Speedway kids, to come and drive the Speedway car at a Speedway track, you know, with the Speedway driver. How to do it, and it just sort of shows people, you know, how to get into the sport. We've also got some booklets at the Speedway Australia site, which is all about turning a dream into reality. Takes you through from the lowest class to the top class, and how much it costs to get into Speedway.
Well, the kids are the future, aren't they? If we've got no up-and-coming young ones, the older guys think they can keep hacking it off at the top, but eventually drop off. But yeah, it's junior-wise in our direction. I'm up the north, of course, and junior racing's been great.
Junior racing across the whole country is sensational. You can start driving a junior Speedway car at 5 years old in a quarter midget, and we see these kids, you know, turning up at places like, you know, Warrnambool and Little Avalon and places like that, where they get in, they're 5 years old, and they've got a full roll cage, a full containment seat, and they're out there. You know, go-karts, I think it is, you know, 10 years old. SSA cars, you know, 10 years old, you can jump into a Lancer or a Hyundai or something like that. And when you turn 16, that's when you need to start going up into the senior classes. But just the numbers of kids who are now transferring into a senior class is sensational. A lot of females in our sport as well, which is great. There's no separation. We don't run, you know, girls races and boys races. The girls race with the boys, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yes, I said the junior racing's been great, and as you said, they start off so young, and which is great, and it teaches them how to drive a car, how to handle a car in different conditions, and which is a bit different out on the road. They're all supposed to be going the same way, but not necessarily.
Yeah, look, you know, hey, my son started at 12 years old and he raced right through, and I know when he got his licence, we were just so confident to let him out on the road. Some of his friends had never driven race cars before, and they did struggle, but it makes a difference, and I think especially to our road toll, when kids understand the road is for driving and the racetrack is for racing, and you know, see a lot of them don't transfer that out onto the streets.
Another good thing about it is too that the kids can race the junior car, and mum and dad can hop in it and race in the 4-cylinder class.
Yeah, look, yeah, we are. You know, we do see a lot of that. We just make sure that it's safe, and you know, the seatbelt angles are right, and the kids and mum and dad are all sitting in a seat that's roughly the same size. You know, we don't want kids sliding around, that type of thing, but. Junior racing is absolutely huge across the country. You know, there's 400 or 500 junior competitors just in the junior Formula 500s. You've got junior go-karts, junior quarter midgets, you know, junior outlaw karts. So there's more and more divisions trying to start up a junior program, so that then they can get those kids to roll through into the senior role.
The best part of your junior Formula 500s is the car is exactly the same, except for a restrictor plate under the carby, of course, which means that the kids can race it until they're too old, pull that restrictor plate out and go again.
And that's exactly right. Now, no Mod Lights are looking to do the same thing, and that'll be just around an ECU change. You know, and again, the same thing. You know, the kid can go out and race it at the start of the night, and Dad can change the ECU and run out at the end of the night. But Formula 500 juniors are so fast. They're quick, but it just gives them some great open wheel skills.
So, anything else you got to tell us? You look like you're pretty happy with proceedings at this point in time and the way things are going.
Oh, look, what a sensational day, and it's so good to see, from our newest sprint cars, 410 fuel injected, right through to, look, there's HK Holden over there, and some of our old vintage. I even went and sat in the Brabham car before, and geez, I tell you what, my legs are short, and I still struggle to get in. So. But, Speedway as a whole, across the country, is just continuously growing.
Darren, thanks for your time today, and you guys do a great job, of course, Speedway Australia, which is the controlling body of all the cars, as you said. Best thing is it's all up and going, and the season's just kicked off, really, in our area up there, and things have been going great. As I said, we're looking forward to the rest of the season and just continue on as going.
Can I just say congratulations to everyone involved in this Maitland program, absolutely sensational. And congratulations to the bikes as well, to have 100 years of bike racing here. It all started here in Maitland, so congratulations to everyone involved and all the volunteers, the organisers have done a sensational job. Speedway Australia, if you come down and see us, we're cooking up some bangers, some free sausages and bread rolls, so if you're hungry, come down and see us.
Darren, thanks for your time today, mate. Good to talk to you, and hopefully it's not the last time.
No worries at all. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Earlier on, Lance was over there. One of the people he spoke to was Stephen Davies' father, Keith Davies. I've now got Stephen Davies, who's the second leg of the family chain, I guess. And Stephen, you started out. I guess it was pretty obvious that you might finish up in motorbike racing, having seen your father as you were growing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, remember running around the tracks as a little kid, like Salty Creek, Head and Greeter, places like that. Yeah, following Dad around Australia racing, and yeah, I guess it was in the blood, so it was going to happen sooner or later. And obviously, my son followed the same path, and ended up doing the same thing, racing overseas, international.
You started out competitively, I guess, in your teenage years. I think as a junior then you could only race from, what, about 12, and you started out around the same time as a bloke called Chris Watson. So you had a few good battles, but a pretty good friendship over the years.
Yeah, that's right. Chris and I, yeah, we're actually the same age and born in the same month, January, and yeah, we've had a lot of good battles over the years. I sort of did my career in the Speedway path, and Chris concentrated on dirt track and still very great rider on Speedway. I ventured full-time overseas 7 years. Yeah, we go a long way, Chris and I, and won the Australian Pairs title together at Newcastle Motordrome. So, yeah, a lot of great memories.
Back in your father's day and the likes of Terry Poole, they didn't go Speedway racing. Do you ever talk to your father about why he didn't go Speedway racing?
A little bit. Like I do remember him racing at a track here in the Hunter Valley called Morisset Speedway. I remember him doing a few meetings there, and possibly some I vaguely remember in Sydney Showground. But yeah, I don't know. I guess in those days, like in the 70s, dirt track was a lot bigger. It was a very high profile thing in this area, and I guess they sort of stayed in that form of motorsport.
And you could race nearly every weekend with dirt track back then too.
Yeah, well, that's right. Like there was a lot of tracks around. Like I remember going to Gunnedah, Tamworth. I could rattle off a big list of tracks around in New South Wales that they all went to. So yeah, virtually every weekend they were racing somewhere. And
your time overseas, it was good for you?
Yeah, I got lots of great memories. Met a lot of great people. I met Rod. Really, I'd probably been cup together in places like Poland and Germany and Czech Republic. But yeah, met a lot of great people. Still a lot of great friendships that we stay in touch with. And yeah, I look forward to going back there and on holidays and catching up with those people. But not apart from the holiday or the social side of it. It was in England. It was a very high profile in England in those days, and yeah, there was a lot of teams, a lot more teams than there is now. And yeah, it was something that I really look forward to. And then
let's look back on some highlights. Individually, Australian Championship, I think second was your best effort in individual, as well as the pairs win with Chris. String of New South Wales titles. You said you raced for Australia in the World Team Cup. Is there a particular highlight?
No, not really. I look back on it, and as you get older, and I really enjoy all those memories. Like riding for Kings Lynn when I first went to England. Yeah, it was there. Some of my fondest memories and riding with some of the people in those days, like some of those people like Malcolm Simmons and Michael Lee and Bobby Swartz. I could just rattle off that many names, and in the other teams, like racing against people like that. The list goes on and on. There was such a great quality of riding. I was in America and I caught up with Bobby Swartz, and it was memories again.
Rerun a few races, no doubt.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Now, the bloke in between us here, you said you had some good battles with him over the year. A Victorian, born and bred, Rod Hunter. Your record probably pales a little bit because there was a bloke called Phil Crump down there that won a lot of state titles, which I guess made it hard for you on the way up winning a Victorian title.
He was always there. It didn't help.
If you take that out, I mean, and compare yourself with a lot of other Australian riders, you had a pretty successful career over
Yeah, I think I did about 11 or 12 seasons over there, and I didn't get to any great heights, but I was there having a good go all the time, and it turned out, worth the trip, and it was always good value going there and doing a bit in Australia and getting back again. And probably the secret was to retire while you're doing sort of like your best and get out and get on with what's forward.
What was it like going to Mildura, knowing that you're going to be up against Phil Crump?
Well, after you got there, then you had to race. No, there wasn't much chance on that first turn with Phil Crump around. No, it was pretty tough.
I remember a story, and I don't know whether it's 100% true, that one night down at Mildura, and they ran some handicap races, and they put you on the same handicap as Phil Crump. And they said, but you can start on the inside, and you carried on a bit. And they said, well, if you reckon you can't beat him in a scratch race, or you reckon you can beat him in a scratch race, why can't you start beside him in a handicap race? But was it that overpowering that you just thought, no, I'm going to run second when I go out against him?
Well, I'm not sure about all that. You've got a better memory than me. I can't remember it.
Not a second or third hand, but...
Like I said, when I got to Mildura, I was already worn out driving there. It was pre-air conditioning in the cars and dodging amphimeters and police all the way. We got there and we were just sunbaked before the meeting anyway. We got on with it, but I can't really quite remember a handicap at Mildura. But like I said, you didn't have much chance with Phil. He was pretty good, and still is now.
All right, so more than a decade racing in the UK. What and your time back home? What are the highlights for you?
Well, I was thinking about that. They weren't real high, not as high as some. But look, we did a lot of good things, and maintained a good high average in the league. Got a few second places here and there, and that's about what it added up to.
And I think a lot of your time in England, if my memory's right, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you spent with a team called Newcastle, actually, in what was then the second division, where there was always a lot of Aussies racing.
Yeah, the National League really did like the Australians, and it was good for everybody. We were like, the Aussies were part of the group over there, and we all fit in well. We had to try hard. We went there to race, and we did race, to our highest capability. Newcastle won the league there, I think, once, and a couple of seconds on other occasions, and we were all pretty happy about it.
So some good memories overall, no regrets?
No. Well, like Stephen said, racing's a really good, strong upbringing for the rest of your life. I mean, if you can hang in overseas, winning a few races here and there, it makes everything easy after that.
I guess going up for the first time is always a bit of a culture shock. You've got to do things for yourself away from your settled environment at home.
Yeah, you can't, walk out into the pits and go home when you're in England. No, so if it doesn't work one night, you've got to have another go the next night. And the Aussies did that.
Question I'd like to put to both of you, actually. You grew up in an era where there was no junior speedway. How much better off are the kids coming through these days that they can ride junior speedway as a 9-year-old, hop on the 250 full-size bike when they're 13? How much advanced would they be on guys like you who only got on a speedway bike as a 16 or 17-year-old?
Well, I'm sure you can definitely see the results. There's so many good riders coming through now because they've had that path to follow. It's definitely an advantage. It teaches to ride a motorcycle properly from a lot younger age. And 100%. They're riders, when they get to England, they can really ride a bike properly.
Anything to add?
No.
Stephen Davies, Rod Hunter, two Australian riders who did very, very well over a long period of time in the UK.
Well, folks, a few things to take note of throughout the afternoon. There's plenty more activities happening here. At 4:30, we have a 1920s dress-up award at the grandstand area, and then a centenary group photo at the grandstand area, and a fan photo booth at the Willard Pavilion, as well as a centenary parade at 6 o'clock. So from 4:30 onwards, things will activate and become a little bit more active for you. I certainly hope that you're enjoying the afternoon's activities here so far, and looking forward to tonight's dinner. Of course, there will be an auction, and part of that auction will be the Drayton's Family Wines Centenary Celebration bottle, and we'll be auctioning off that. Looking forward to seeing how much we can get out of that one for you. Well, I can see some of the contestants coming out in the dress-up awards, which will be held at the grandstand in around about 25 minutes' time. Make sure you come along and have a look at that. It will certainly be very entertaining. Talking about entertaining, we have plenty of Speedway coming your way throughout the rest of the year, including tomorrow night at Kurri Kurri and the 28th and 29th of December. Up at the North Brisbane Speedway, you have the Cooper's Brewing Australian Speedway Centenary, and that includes the sidecars on the Thursday night, and on the Friday night we have the solos, and that's all part and parcel of the Cooper's Brewing Australian Speedway Centenary. Don't forget, if you can't get there, you can get it on the live stream. If you go to the website for the Australian Speedway Centenary, then you'll find how you can actually activate an account. It's $35 per night, or if you buy a two-night package, it's $60. That is the Cooper's Brewing Australian Speedway Centenary event. 2 nights, sidecars and solos at the North Brisbane Speedway. Well, folks, as you can probably guess by now, there's been a slight change of program again. We do apologise if it's been inconvenient for you, but we certainly thank you for your patience and tolerance. It's logistically very challenging to put a program together and get everybody to do what the promoters or organisers wish to do. As you can see, sorry about that. As you can see, plenty of dust over in the background as some of the super sedans and sprint cars make their way out onto the track to show you a little bit of the anger that they can produce. Santa's out there too. He's probably more dusty than silvery nowadays. Try and find where Rick is to come and have a chat with us about the cars. Oh, look at that. Dust in the background. Round through turns, what would be 1 and 2 down the back straight. Some of the sprint cars. Love to see a sprint car in absolute full action around here. Here we go.
Thanks, mate. Not a problem. As I said, your late model coming onto the main straight here now, driven by Mark Towers from down in the Newcastle area. Mark comes from. And you got Dick Thompson, I think, sprint car out there. I see Dick walking around over there in the spectator area. It's he used to pedal this thing, and he's got a younger version of now putting it through its paces. Shane Carlson in the green 25, which is a street stocker, and the good to see the Alan Bates, one of the Alan Bates cars out there. He's
come back this way. Try this one.
Yeah, Alan Bates, I think, got nothing less than 7 cars on display here today that he's restored. So big thanks to Al for his part of the proceedings. And yeah, he's a couple of times New South Wales champion in hot rods they used to be in those days. They're called dirt modifieds today, which are a little bit different. Sprint car coming onto the straight. Fair bit of horsepower on board, so about 600 horsepower to about 600 kilos in weight. The sprint cars these days, so the power to weight's unbelievable. And as you probably noticed on the sprint car, as it disappears up the straight, the right-hand rear tyre on the car is a fair bit larger than the left-hand rear tyre on the car. That right-hand rear tyre is virtually what they steer these things with. They pivot on that right-hand rear. No gearbox as such, just what they call a dog box. They just push them onto the track, lock it into gear, push it to start it, and once it's in motion, you've got a stop pedal and a go pedal, and that's it. Once you're if you happen to spin out, well, you've got to get push started again, so there's only one way of stopping them, and that's with the brake, of course, but they really pivot them on this adjustable front wing down on the front of it there for the steering part of it, and the other big wing up on top. If you ever get to see some sprint cars in action at a race meeting, you'll have a look at the wing on top, and you'll notice that it's a lot of the guys run them on a different angle. Some have them very sharp angles, some have them not so sharp, and appear to get better traction with them. Yeah, that sprint car out there at the moment is probably running about what they call stagger on the rear. As I mentioned, the right-hand rear tyre bigger than the left-hand. He's probably running about 10 inches or something of rolling stagger on that machine. Shane Carlson, as I mentioned earlier on this afternoon, is about 4 or 5 times New South Wales champion in street stockers. Local guy here in Newcastle. Alan Bates in the vintage modified. As I said, he doesn't actually race as such these days. He just demos his vehicles, and great to see him on the racetrack here and be here this weekend to celebrate 100 years of Speedway. It's not actually Alan out there in the car, it's his daughter Sam, who at demonstrations often with the cars, she comes out and has a bit of a steer around. I thought it was a little bit sedate for Alan being out there. He doesn't normally go that easy. Good to see Sam on the track. Can imagine about 15 to 20 sprint cars here on this racetrack. It could be, there'd be plenty of action, I can tell you, nice and wide. And this particular vehicle's an MCA National. The G-forces on these sprint cars get them on a clay track where they get plenty of drive and bite, and you'll notice a lot of the time that the front wheels are off the ground. Bit different here on the looser surface, but to get them on a real bitey, drivey surface, and you'll get the once they jump on the gas, of course, because I said you got instant horsepower. It's straight off the flywheel, straight to the differential at the back, so you've got no clutches or anything to lose any power through. So they'll pick, on regular occasion, pick the front wheels up off the ground. Right, so how about we put our hands together for our drivers out there this afternoon, put on a demonstration. Sam in the dirt modified, Mark in the late model, and Shane here in the street stocker. I'm probably Lindsay in the MCA, I'd say, on the back straight. Nothing like the sound of a good V8, is there? I think they've just about kicked up enough dust for the afternoon, and a couple of them have disappeared. A couple of them haven't had enough yet by the look of it. Yeah, a bit disappointing that down this area doesn't have a speedway anymore where we can go and appreciate some of these cars in action. Probably the closest to here, you probably got, well, you got Cullen Bullen down near Lithgow, you got Dubbo, you've got Gilgandra, you got Tamworth, you got Gunnedah, you got Narrabri, so there's a there's a fair few speedways around, but none as such down here in Eastern Creek, I suppose. Hopefully Eastern Creek will get up and running again. Who knows anything about that? But very disappointing for a brand new venue that's not operating. Jeff Lawler, is it in the sprint car? It's Dick Thompson's car, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Jeff Lawler.
Well, folks, we certainly hope that you've enjoyed that. Your intake, your daily intake of dust. Very shortly, we'll have a bit of an interview with one of the chaplains involved in motorsport here. Oh, stand up. Yep. We'll just await the arrival of Warwick, our chaplain, to come on over and have a chat with us on his way through to have a look at some of the displays and things like that. I thought it would be rather appropriate that we sit, or stand I should say, and have a chat with one of the chaplains who do a great job at all motorsport venues, whether it be 2 wheels, 3 wheels or 4 wheels, whether it be dirt track or road racing, etc. Warwick, come on in and join us. First of all, thank you for your services and for other chaplains involved in it.
Oh, it's a pleasure for us to be involved. You know, what better way that we can do it is, you know, with motorsports, with race, speedway, you know, V8 supercars, the whole works. You know, it's a fantastic avenue to get into.
And as far as your role is concerned, it's not just when bad things happen, it's about trying to help the spirits of people, encourage them, calm them, things like that?
Yeah, we're there for everything. You know, we're not only there for the competitors, for the staff and volunteers, and that we're there for the spectators and everything. You know, it's as simple as just having a chat and a cup of coffee, or, you know, how you going, how you feel, and, you know, the big thing is the thing that goes around, are you okay? We get to do that and sit there and just have chats with people.
Well, I was mentioning to you a little earlier before this Gary Coleman and his involvement over many, many years, and the way that he inspired a lot of people, including people like yourself.
Yeah, well, he was instrumental with me becoming motorsport chaplain and joining the crew. But yeah, he's been in it for a long, long time, and he's still in there, but stepped down from a lot of things now. But yeah, he's still there governing us and making sure we do the right thing for him.
I remember seeing the footage at Bathurst, a very emotional farewell for him.
It was. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been there. But yeah, it was a very, very emotional part for him that day, where he did say, well, sorry, you know, I'm stepping.
Well, like any good wine, unfortunately, it runs out sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah. You run out, you mature with age, and unfortunately, I'm starting to get there, but I'm hoping I'm going to be around for a little bit longer.
In terms of the motorsport involvement as a chaplain, which form of motorsport inspires you the most?
Believe it or not, it's Speedway at Kurri. You know, the dirt bikes, the sidecars, and yeah.
It's certainly a thrilling sport, not without its dangers though.
Not without its dangers. A lot of thrill seekers in it, and I think that's where the excitement comes in, where they're out there, they're having the thrills, they're having a good go, but they turn around, they're just everyday people the same as us, and you know, completely opposite when they get off the track.
Everyday people that certainly enjoy the thrill of Speedway and the celebration of 100 years, undoubtedly.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for taking time to come and see us and talk to us about a very important role.
Thank you.
There you go, our chaplain, and that it was Warwick. Certainly hope you enjoyed that insight.
All okay?
So I believe our 1920s dress-up awards in front of the grandstand has been relocated, and people are invited to come on down and have a photograph with some of the girls in the dress-up, the 1920s dress-up, and that's at the Willard Pavilion, where we've been doing a lot of our interviews and things. So if anybody would like to be able to have a photograph with our 1920s dress-up queens, then please come on down. They will be coming over here very shortly and making themselves available to have some nostalgic photographs. Well, folks, all that noise was a great HRD Vincent sidecar, which will be out on display very shortly. And of course, as you can see on screen at the moment, we have our 1920s dress-up girls and boy, and we're looking forward to having some photographs taken. If you'd like some photographs taken, come on down to the Willard Pavilion backdrop, and they will be here for a little while, and then the on-track action of another grand parade will occur.
We're going to put them in front of that stand, or we're going to put them in front of that? Yeah, this one. Okay, we're going to put them in front of that stand over there, Carl. Back to the thing. Sure. Thanks. Let's just read the bike up. Yeah. But then, I don't know. The backdrop was just white. Anyhow. Every greyhound meeting, every trial, probably the same. All don't live there quite a bit. Probably this probably been a lot longer. She getting upstairs now offered an accommodation. Yeah, right. You know the name I know an Adam. I know an Adam Smith. Audio. Adam. They used to be his brother.
Colin Smith, I can't remember exactly what he did. There was another gentleman, I'm just trying to remember his name. He ran a fire business there, but he was heavily involved with the Speedway. Merv. I used to date one of his daughters. Yeah, they were heavily involved with Speedway. Anything really attractive.
Well, folks, if anybody would like a photograph with the 1920s nostalgic dress-up girls and boy, please come on down to the Willard Pavilion. They won't be here for all that much longer, as the great Greg Griffiths takes his sidecar out. How are you, Greg? Come and have a chat with us before you go. Greg, I was saying earlier, first of all, come on in here in front of our grandstand area. Welcome along. It's great to see you. And I was saying that you and your two sons have had the first, I guess, nostalgic part where you were all competing together. Alan with Darren Trelaw, Mark riding, you riding, national championships, state championships. You must be a pretty proud man.
A pretty proud man, but you also forgot to say my other son, Nathan McFadden, who's got his mother's name, not me, because she left me. Nate's as good a passion as anybody about too, so yeah, it's a bit of a family concern, isn't it? Yeah. It's a disease, incurable.
Uncurable indeed. Now, you've been to many race meetings over the years. You've competed in Australian championships as far north as Darwin, as far south as Victoria. Which venue, in your personal opinion, has inspired you the most?
Well, back yesterday it was the Motor Dream. It was probably my favourite track. But now I'm sort of giving it away, but I still have a few rides. It's Tamworth, and Slady looks after the sidecars so good. It's a good track. The dirt's always good. It's a fast track, but it's also a very safe track.
How much does it mean to you to be involved in this 100-year celebration?
I'm nearly 100 years old myself, so pretty good. I don't think I'll get to the next one, but yeah, no, it's really good. And I've seen some faces here that I haven't seen for a long time. Bill O'Brien, I used to have O'Brien's exhaust, and haven't seen him for 30 years. He's so good.
And this sidecar that you're trying to crib out there, the Suzuki, it's certainly synonymous. It's run a few races, hasn't it?
I sold it to him. I bought it off Ray Andre, who's got the immaculate Vincent. Ray sold the Vincent to buy that off Lenny Bowes. When Ray sold it, I bought it. It was my first bike I ever raced myself. I was racing for quite a while. Maybe 6 years ago now, Ray asked me to come up and jump on the side of the Vincent with him at Lismore. I got the bug back. I rang Ernie Gallagher up, who I sold it to in 1980. He still had it, and I said, "What do you want for it?" He said, "What I want to see you ride to get me brought up for me." That's what I came on the side. I've had quite a bit of luck on it. 3 Gormans in a row, Nathan McFadden Griffiths.
In all of your experience, in all of the races you've been to, which has been the best for you in all-time races?
Oh, it's hard to say. I've had a lot, and I've had a lot of falls too, so I'm not a very good rider because I fell off a lot. It's hard to say, really. Pick one. I've had so many good experiences, and terrible disease. And it comes and it goes. Nearly as old as this Speedway, and I love it.
Well, thank you very much. One of the legends in our sidecar racing, Greg Griffiths. Please thank him very much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Well done, Greg. Thank you very much.
It was a World Championship final in everything but name. As they entered the third lap, coming out of the second bend, Johnson appeared to strike the fence just about here. And he fell. And Farnham was so close he couldn't possibly avoid an accident. But according to the pressmen who were watching from the stand, he was able to avoid Johnson but struck his machine, and the impact catapulted Farnham yards down the track. It was obviously a very bad accident, and Farnham was taken to the Miller Hospital at Greenwich, where he fought for his life for 2 days before dying from head injuries. During that time, the fans kept up a constant vigil outside the hospital, some even kneeling on the pavement and praying for him. But on the day of the funeral, they brought his coffin here to the stadium and put it in the centre green, just about where I'm standing now. And 5,000 people turned up to pay their respects. Then they took him home to Coventry. Tom Farndon wasn't the first Speedway rider to lose his life racing, nor was he the last. But because he was the first major star to do so in a 7-year history of the sport up until that time, his death had probably more of an impact than any before or since. Now, lest we forget the risks that all the brave young men on the Speedway tracks take to bring you the thrills they do, let us now honour all of them who, like Tom Farndon, pay the supreme sacrifice.
The Star Championship final went ahead as planned, obviously without Tom Farndon. And a packed Wembley Stadium saw the home star rider Frank Charles smash in 5 straight wins to capture the title with a faultless 15 points maximum. Runner-up was Haringey's Jack Ormston with 14 points, and third Bellevue's Max Grosskreutz with 13 points. And that riders' final saw the last Star newspaper involvement in the competition. As 1936 rolled in, the ACU approached the FIM to ask for approval to stage an official world final. The world's governing body approved the idea, but stipulated that qualification rounds be staged, with a percentage of the riders' points being carried forward to the World Speedway final at Wembley. 63 riders from 12 nations, including Spain and Romania, all set out to qualify. But after eliminations, it left just 16 competitors for the major event on September the 10th, the first officially approved world final. And those riders were Eric Langton and Bob Harrison, both from Bellevue, Haringey's Jack Ormston and Jack Parker, Wembley's Frank Charles, Ginger Lees and Lionel Van Praagh, from New Cross, Ron Johnston, George Newton and Jack Mill, from Hackney, Dickie Case, Cordy Mill, Murray and Hanson, from West Ham, Arthur Wilkinson, and from Wimbledon, Big Huxley and Wal Phillips. After 20 heats of breathtaking speedway, both Lionel Van Praagh and Eric Langton had scored an equal 26 points each, including the qualification round bonus points. Van Praagh, in fact, had totaled 14 points on the night, with Langton on 13. A run-off was ordered to determine the World Championship title, which was won by Wembley's Van Praagh, who can be seen here being presented with the trophy by the world land speed record holder, Sir Malcolm Campbell.
And this is what they were all after, this trophy, and the ride on the famous Wembley tractor that went with it. You can see the tractor, perfectly preserved, here at the Donington Park Speedway Hall of Fame. The cup is now given to the winner of the British final of the World Championship, and it's also been used as a League Championship trophy over the years. The cash prizes, £500 for the winner and an illuminated parchment, £250 for the runner-up and a gold medal, £100 for the third man, and a silver medal. And on the track, the riders were paid £1 a start and £1 a point, exactly the same as in the qualifying rounds.
And here is world champion Van Praagh walking back to the pits following a practice session. As the sport progressed, so too were riding styles and bikes. Claude Langdon, the Stamford Bridge promoter, decided his star rider, Wal Phillips, should have a new machine.
Basil Hole worked for Claude as a salesman in the showroom, and Claude Langdon turned to him and said, "Basil, do you think Wal can ride a Douglas?" So Basil said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, where shall I get the Douglas?" I said, "There's one over the road at Groceries on the pavement outside." And there was a Speedway Douglas. And I had the Douglas and I was winning 7 out of 7 with it. You see, I was flat out.
Wal Phillips wasn't alone in his choice of racing machine, the Bristol-built dirt track Dougie. Bill Douglas is the founder's grandson and recalls what made the bike so successful.
A long wheelbase and very low slung, so the centre of gravity was quite near the ground, which meant anything to do with cornering was at the easiest possible situation.
John Chaplin talking to Bill Douglas outside the original factory. Even though the Dougie was popular, it had its rivals. Scott, Rudge Whitworth, Excelsior, Harley Davidson, BSA, Norton, and of course the J.A. Prestwich-built Jap engine, which later went on to dominate the sport. The 500cc Jap, manufactured in this factory in North London, was adopted by many frame manufacturers. The Jap building today stands empty. As the machines changed, so did the rider's style. In the early days, riders leg trailed, as we can see here at High Beach in 1929. But a new approach was developing. High-wide handlebars, shorter wheel-based bikes, and a foot-forward cornering technique.
The secret is in the art of broadsiding or the controlled tower slide, as demonstrated here by that spectacular rider, Orr. It's a combination of balance, steering, and throttle control. Let's stop them in this race so that you can see how the rider uses his left leg, on which the metal ski is fitted, as a third wheel on entering the bend. His weight is thrown forward to start the broadside. Once into the bend, he shifts his body back over the rear wheel to give maximum driving power and leans on his right footrest to keep his machine upright. Each rider has his own style, but the principle is always the same. A fall or overslide may cause a rider to crash in the path of an oncoming machine. This looks like certain death, but every rider knows the art of laying down his machine to avoid serious accidents. Let's see how it's done. No trouble at all. Bill Rogers knows exactly how to do it.
As 1937 rolled along, there were problems for the fans' favourite rider, Australian Bluey Wilkinson, when he broke his wrist. And that, coupled with the retirement of Dick Huxley, left the Australian national team under strength. And the proposed test series between these two rival countries was cancelled. But, however, a replacement set of internationals between England and America was arranged. The Statesiders were led by Jack and Cordy Milne and Wilbur Lamoureux. And it was the American stars who dominated the staging of the 1937 World Championships at Wembley. They took the full quota of rostrum places. First was Jack Milne, second Wilbur Lamoureux, and third Cordy Milne. Only Jack Parker could get anywhere near them, and ended up as the top English rider in fourth place. The 1937 Division 2 champions were newcomers Bristol, while Division 1 was dominated by West Ham, who went on to pick up the title. Record crowds, reported to be around the 3 million mark, made Speedway Britain's second most popular spectator attraction. The mid-1930s also saw the rise of Speedway on the continent, and here's some rare footage of an early meeting in Czechoslovakia. Dozens of riders contested the highlight of the year in front of enormous crowds, the Czech Golden Helmet Award, which is still pride of place in their Speedway calendar. 1938 saw a change of luck for Australian Bluey Wilkinson. He helped lead the Aussies back into international Speedway test matches, as we can see here at Wembley.
It's the second Speedway test. Australia won the first, and now England is fighting back. So hold everything, the battle is on. And this is one test that England wins by 63 points to 44.
It was Bluey's year. He became Australia's first official world champion. Wilkinson brushed aside a strong challenge from the Americans, riding still slightly concussed after an accident the previous evening at New Cross. He took the title with 22 points, 14 from Wembley, plus his 8 points from the qualifying rounds. Bluey Wilkinson had an army of fans, including many rival riders.
And he'd fight his way through the field and win things. He was very, very good.
Oh, no, same old Bluey. So, if you're with him, well, he did all he could to help you, and if you're against him, he did all he could to beat you, and that's what it is.
Well, he never won a race with Bluey until he passed the line first.
He never gave up?
No.
As the season closed on 1938, the league champions were New Cross in Division 1 and Hackney in Division 2. And this is how Hackney clinched the title at their home track in the East End of London.
Introducing not a dance band but Speedway, a sport that combines the speed of modern motor racing with the thrills of an ancient chariot race, the sport of cinders. A cheering crowd of thousands is eagerly awaiting the start of the meeting. In a few minutes, the general chatter will be lost in the roar of the bikes as they tear around the track at head. To the side of the grandstand are the pits. Here, the riders and their mechanics are giving our bikes a final check over. Crash helmets are fixed, and the numerous jobs that are found in the few frantic minutes before the start of the meeting are being completed. Each bike is started and warmed up about 10 minutes before the first race begins. The noise is terrific. The engines of 22 powerful motorbikes with throttles open, all being revved. The air is full of carbon monoxide. Flames flash from the exhaust. The pit has become a real devil's inferno. Plugs are then changed and the bikes are ready for racing. It's now 8 o'clock, and sharp to time, mechanics, stewards, first aid men, and other officials march onto the track. These men in white jerseys are known as pushers. Their job is to push the bikes once the riders are on until the motors start. Finishing touches are being put to the track. The bikes are wheeled out for the first race. And here come the riders. The starting line is being marked out. The bikes are on the line. The riders are ready. The crowds have paid to see thrills. Will they get them? I should say so. The starting gate is adjusted. The wheels are within an inch of the tape. Engines are revved to the maximum. Clutches are slipping. Up go the gates and they're off. In league matches and in all races where 4 riders part, a race consists of 4 laps of the oval circuit. The riders have to go into and out of 4 broadsides at each end of the track, then into short, straight stretches where speeds approaching 70 miles an hour are attained. This is a close race. Into bends. Down the straight. The riders have perfect control of their powerful kicking machines that weigh nearly 200 pounds. For protection, the riders wear a crash helmet and goggles, thick leathers, and a special left boot. It is on this boot and his left leg that the Speedway rider relies in making those terrific broadsides, perhaps the most thrilling part of any race. Down the straight at full speed, into the broadside that sends cinders flying towards the crowd lining the safety rail. They're entering the last lap, round the top bend. Down the straight, into the last broadside. And now for the finish. And here he is, the winner. Lights go up and the riders return to the pit. They'll be racing again in the fourth heat, for each rider takes part in 6 races in an evening, and so the bikes have to be overhauled once more. Plugs are changed. Tanks are refilled. The track is being harrowed and raced. The crowd is checking the next heat on their program. The judge takes a final look. The next contestants are ready. So up go the tapes and they're away. They race to the wheel into the first bend. No spills and the 4 riders tear down the stretch. In the course of an evening, there are as many as 28 heats such as this. Nerve and skill play as large a part in speedway racing as the bikes themselves. It's no sport for weaklings. At this track, their star riders include a milkman, a shop assistant, a factory worker, and a couple of garage hands. They're entering the 3rd lap, and hello, only 2. They're certainly fighting out, but where are the others? Ah, so you both took that corner too fast. Well, hurry up and get off the track. The other 2 are coming up. Oh, boy, just in time. Both finishing riders are men of the home team, so they collect full points for the race. The crowds roar their approval. And the sports writers hastily make their official report. And now, let's skip to the last race of the evening. In fact, the last race of the last meeting of the present season. English weather being, well, English weather, speedway racing finishes in October and doesn't start again until the following March. Everything's ready. The riders itching to get away. It's the deciding race. All set? Yes, they're off! The 4 riders go flat out to the first bend with cinders flying, sparks coming from the boot. The bikes suddenly leaping. They broadside round the bend and enter the straight with only a few feet between them. Throttles full open, 65, 70 miles an hour, and then into the next bend. The home riders need 3 points for the championship. The crowd are hysterical, the noise terrific. Faster, faster, and faster, each trying to take the lead and spray others with cinders. In the lead, down to second, back to the lead again as men and machines sweep into the bend. The wheels spinning, cinders flying, they come out of the broadside and into the straight. Wheel for wheel, spoke for spoke, they're so near it looks as though they're touching. They enter the last bend, the home captain is in front, but can he stay there? Nerves of steel, a screeching engine, all the track cops he's learned enable them to keep the lead and pass the post, a well-pressed winner! With the cheers of the crowd still ringing in their ears, the riders go back to their pits. And what a grand finish to the season's race. And now these young daredevils receive the cups and medals they've worked so hard for.
The Hackney Wolves went on to win the meeting by 51 to 33 points against Lee Bridge. And to celebrate their league championship win, everyone enjoyed a super firework display. As the 1939 season opened, there was an uncertainty in the air. Tensions were rising in Europe. The qualifying rounds for the 39 World Final had taken place, and the sport's big night was planned for the first week in September. But Adolf Hitler had other ideas, and the final was cancelled due to the outbreak of World War II. An emergency law stopped all public gatherings, terminating the Speedway season. It left Bellevue leading Division 1, whilst Newcastle topped Division 2. Bellevue were the only track to run during the war, as Bill Kitchen remembers.
In the army, I was out in France early on, then I got my Christmas leave in end of January. I was taken sick at home and then reverted to a station unit in the workshops area, a station in Oxford, and then I got transferred up to Preston. Okay. And I could get off Saturday nights after duty Saturday to get up to Preston, from there to Bellevue. Well, the enthusiasm was tremendous, really. So you could only have it while the daylight hours was on. You're not allowed to use the lights, you see, yeah. And limited to a crowd of maybe 8,000, something like that. But they're the same, and they're the same riders every week. Jack Parker, Norman Parker, Bill Pitcher, Chitty, Eric Chitty, Ron Clark, Fred Tuck, and a lot of them all used to come up there, and the best of friends. But boy, oh boy, they used to build one another on the tracks. You know, that's what I like about the sport, is the camaraderie after the meeting, not during the meeting, after the meeting. Everybody's for himself, you know, going on there. And it was just unfortunate that, you know, a lot of the pace, Tommy Price learnt to ride at Bellevue. Yeah. He was a Wembley rider before the war, just about got in the team, reserves and all that. But he wasn't much good. He wasn't much good either at Bellevue, but we taught him what to do. Of course, eventually becomes the world champion.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I always said you were the undisputed wartime world champion. That's what they tell me.
Well, yeah, in 1945, I think Ron Clark won in 1944, and I won in 1945. That's right, yeah.
The boys in khaki also staged their own speedway in the desert, using stripped-down dispatch rider bikes. The hostilities brought to an end Speedway's pioneering years. In part 2 of A History of Speedway, we'll continue the story as Speedway boomed again.
Well, folks, it's 5:15 p.m. and it's time for the fan photo shoot, and that is to occur in front of the grandstand. So if you'd like to be involved in the fan photo shoot, come on over in front of the grandstand, and in about 10 minutes' time, we'll have those photos taken. All right, just been corrected there. It's not the fan photo shoot because we tried that and failed. But nevertheless, we're looking for all of the competitors in each of the bikes, the sidecars and the four wheels. Anybody that's been involved in that, if you'd like to come on over to the grandstand and we'll have our photographs taken then. Just repeating, folks, that the photo shoot for all of the competitors will occur very shortly in front of the grandstand if you'd like to come on down there and be a part of it. Well, folks, if you'd like to gather in front of the grandstand, we'll have our photographer come over and do a photograph for you. The ever-changing evolution of Speedway, including a rundown sheet. If there's one thing that I've learned over the years of being involved in sorry, whoops. Check. Nothing like a good bit of fallback. Wrong one. I think. Check 1 2. No, still not. Oh, we're back on. Well, as I was saying, we've got our photo shoot happening over there in front of the grandstand. But Will Hagan, it's been a fantastic day all round. I think it's been successful. A lot of happy people.
Oh, much more than that. Much more than that. Much more than that. It's been a very, very significant day, not just for Australia in motorsport, but for world motorsport. This is a centenary celebration from this Maitland Showground that went to the world. In terms of the format and the way it is today, okay, yes, people were riding bikes on dirt and all sorts of things beforehand, but in terms of the way Speedway was formed, the World Championship, and it went from Maitland round to east coast of Australia, over to Perth, and then to England, and then to the world, and we're lucky enough to be able to celebrate this 100 years to the day. We're probably a few hours too early. And I mean, what a thing to be able to say, that we're a few hours too early to celebrate a centenary of something that started in Australia, that is still strong, and went to the world. It is absolutely outstanding, as shown by the number of people that have come along today. Not just the spectators, but people with vehicles, people related to people who were involved in Speedway, sons, daughters, uncles, sometimes the original people, world champions now, coming along and saying, hey, this is important, we want to celebrate, and we feel privileged to be able to be part of it. And that's been the thrill of it. Truthfully, I didn't think it was going to kick off as strongly as it did, but the word went around and people loved it, and they said, I've got to be there. And along they came. And Lance, we were lucky enough to be at the helm.
Absolutely, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you and Peter and Rick throughout the entire day, and we certainly hope that everybody has enjoyed themselves here at Maitland Showground, the birthplace of Speedway 100 years ago. As you said, it's probably a few hours early, but we still have our presentation dinner happening tonight, so we'll get the timing right eventually.
And what should be, and I suspect will be, a very memorable Speedway meeting at Kurri Kurri tomorrow, where, of course, in a little while after that is one of the 5 rounds of the Australian Championships next year. But tomorrow night with 2 world champions competing, a triple world champion, Ty Woffenden, who as a very young kid came to Australia and has adopted Australia as his home, lives in Western Australia through the summer period, as I say, a 3 times world champion, and then the 5th of Australia's 6 world champions, and he's here too, and Jack Holder, his younger brother of Chris Holder, who was the world champion in 2012. Jack, I suspect, could be a world champion, mind you. He's got to knock off a guy called Bartosz Schmarzlik. and Schmarslik is the speed of the field at the moment. But Jack, younger brother to Chris, the 2012 world champion 11 years ago, before Jason Doyle in 2017, the last of so far our world champions. Jack Holder's showing tremendous form and improving all the time. So hopefully he can get out after Bartosz Schmarslik in this sport in which Australia not only started it, but holds a very high position among other countries, among other riders and so on. We've distinguished ourselves in starting it, we've distinguished ourselves competing in it over the 100 years.
Yes, and of course let's not forget Jason Crump, 3 times world champion as well, and all of those riders that have been mentioned, I guess stalwarts of Australian Speedway is one way of saying it, but certainly pioneers of Australian Speedway as well. And we've got plenty of action still happening here by the looks of it, Will. We've got the great John Langfield. I didn't recognise you there, John, with your glasses on. That's what it is. Goodness me. What are you doing to me, mate? And of course, Mick Poole, who pushed him in. Did you enjoy the activities here today?
Absolutely. Best thing I've been for many years. I've seen so many, we're a few people up there getting photographed. It's nothing like the amount of riders that are here. If you sort of try and get the whole lot together, there's a lot of top riders here. From way back when and up to today.
Well, you used to be one of those great riders, of course, the great JL you were known as, and in years gone by. Happy to see him here, Will?
Absolutely, as one of dozens of people who competed so strongly at Sydney Showground. John Sherwood, with a wonderful program of events there every Saturday night in summer, solos, sidecars, then midgets in the heyday, and John, you were one of an enormous number of really hard riders. I imagine, though, was there some camaraderie among you for the show that you were putting on?
Back then or today?
Back then in the night.
Oh, back then there was a lot of dog-eat-dog business, but as the years have gone by, everybody that ever rode together then and competed together, then they're good friends. I haven't met anybody. People I clashed with years ago. They're all good friends today, and it's some fabulous relationships.
You've had the privilege of captaining Australia in many test matches. I guess the Showground, one of your favourite venues?
Absolutely my favourite venue in the world, apart from Poole and Kingsley in England. They're 2 fabulous places too. I love riding at Poole, I love riding at Sydney Showground. And I can win heaps of races at Kingsley, I like that too.
Because the Showground was adorned by not only an enormously strong field of Australian riders who were coming up from dirt track and so on into Speedway, and some of them then going on to Europe and particularly competing in England, but an enormous number of significant overseas riders that came here too, from America, from Central Europe and from England.
And Japan as well. It's, yeah, I can't say any more to that. Just made a fabulous life for me. I'm glad I ever put my leg over a mate of mine to be able to get involved in that.
I remember as a young lad places like Salty Creek, where you were a part of the dirt track team there, and I was paid 50 cents a wheel to go around with a scrubbing brush and get rid of all of the dirt.
Well, yeah, oily dirt too, Salty Creek. I'd be interested about Salty Creek. I often wondered why it was called Salty Creek. And then we were there one day, and it was a really, really hot day, and thought after the race meeting we were going to have a dip in the creek. The creek was bloody salty. I was amazed.
Very good. Memories plus, I guess you could say, over the years, you've developed an individual style of riding.
Well, I don't know about that part, but what I could say for a place like Salty Creek, it had a right-hander in it. When I was winning a race there, I could hear the people in the grandstand yelling, "Get him on the right-hander," because I couldn't ride with right-handers.
I look at the list of people, or not the entire list of people, that'd be far too long, but of people that competed at Sydney Showground Speedway. Sprouts Elder, for goodness sake, one of the pioneers of Speedway in its very earliest days with Johnnie Hoskins. But then Lionel Van Praag, the first world champion and an Australian, the third world champion, Bluey Wilkinson, the third Australian world champion and the first to win 2 world championships, Jack Young in 1951-52. It's probably what the pit area was like at the Showground under the concrete grandstand there years ago. But then we had guys like Kim Benythan, who not only was a great businessman in South Australia, but for a long time on the ABC had a music program, Tempo of the Times, as well as being a crazy driver himself. And then, let's not forget, the late Sir Jack Brabham started his career that became international and ultimately a 3 times world champion, as well as a world champion constructor and team owner, but started there and drove there in speed cars along with Johnny Harvey too at a later time, who again was a great guy in midgets and went on to win Bathurst. So an enormous number of people, as I say, not only Ivan Major, Ove Funden, Orb Lawson, who in 58 was third in the World Championships. It just went on and on. Eric Bocock and Nigel Bocock, when the English started to invade, and Peter Collins, who was a 1970s world champion but an Englishman. It was just tremendous. And then, of course, people from other categories too. Gary Rush, who drove super modified speed cars and sprint cars. Johnny Stewart, George Tatnall.
My dad raced against him and that sort of thing. It's bloody good to see him still around.
Yeah. Where do you live, John? Where do you live? Sorry? Cowra. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I moved to Cowra, I always started learning from there and now from Speedway and the big dirt movement.
Right.
Just spent 330,000 dollars renovating the whole thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We didn't have anything until then.
Right. A bit different to the $94 million.
Keep going? Yep, okay. We're looking to get into the year what we did.
Yeah, so John, you moved to Cowra and you got a track going there. I'll find out from you how much it cost and what it did for local speedway competition and people coming up through from the very basics in the sport, in dirt track and so on. But it would compare very favourably, I imagine, with the $94 million thrown down the gutter by the New South Wales government in recent times for a track that doesn't work. And I was talking to a guy here earlier today, a former sidecar rider, who went there to sort of talk to them about it and say, do you need any help or so on? He couldn't even get in. They wouldn't let him in. But John, tell us about what you did at Cowra for a track down there.
Well, we acquired some, we had to start the club first. My wife Pauline and I started the club. We were inaugurally. I actually we had to have 25 members. So I got everybody I knew in the building trade to put his name down as being a member. They weren't really members, but we did it. and it worked, so we created a club. And the land that we had the track on, there's land that was used by a local car club, Cowra Car Club, and they raced, they drove the cars around and around and never maintained anything. The track got deeper and deeper and spoiled the whole thing and eventually closed down. I think maybe insurance stopped them more than anything. So we had the opportunity then to get the land, and we did. So we built the whole track. We built a speedway, a proper speedway, a world-class speedway on there, and a long track around the outside of it, the dirt track for chookie chaser racing, and around that as well. It's very successful. It goes on. The president of the club now, after I got out of it, I'm still in the club, but I got out of being president, is Steve Kurtz, and he's the father of two of Australia's great speedway riders, Todd Kurtz and Brady Kurtz, and Brady still rides for Poole in England. Know the Poole jacket, and that's I rode for Poole, and so we just lately got a government grant for $300,000, put that into it. It's a magnificent complex now.
John, who were the people you remember as being hard competitors, top competitors, big rivals at Sydney Showground?
Oh, gee, there's a lot. There's a lot of really top riders. I think probably the best rider on all the Sydney Showground in my era was obvious to anybody, Jim Airy. Jim was a great rider, a fabulous rider, and strange enough, a lot of riders come from what we call short circuit racing, then they call dirt track racing now. They rode here in Newcastle. Herb Jefferson was a good example. Quite a lot of those riders that were top dirt track riders or short circuit riders at the time tried to do speedway. They couldn't. I don't know why. I've no idea why. A few could do it. A few got out, did that, went to speedway and were successful, but I'm amazed. I still don't know today why that caused it. Jefferson was the greatest dirt track rider ever, and he just couldn't do speedway.
Tell us a bit about the bikes and what they were like to be on. What were they like to build, to tune, to have them operating optimally at the meeting? Presumably you did a lot of the tuning yourself, along with perhaps with some friends and other people. But what were they like to ride? What were they like when you dumped the clutch and took off? What was the acceleration like? What was the feeling of speed on a speedway bike?
It was a fantastic feeling to go out, take off out of the start. What I enjoyed more than anything at all was handicap racing. They put the best riders at the back and the lesser riders at the front, and you had to ride through a lot of them. Right, that's the exciting thing for me. Riding from the back mark through all these riders throwing dirt everywhere, and to get out there in front, it was like riding out of a tunnel. Fantastic. I loved it, absolutely loved handicap racing.
You were also very accomplished at long track racing as well, and I remember seeing you a couple of times at Bathurst, for example, racing down there. Did you enjoy that equally as much with Speedway, or more or less?
Well, I don't know about dirt track as such. No, I didn't enjoy dirt track as much as I did Speedway, but I certainly enjoyed long track, and one of my greatest regrets is that I didn't go to ride long track in England and in Germany and Poland, because I think I'd have been good at it. I was good at long track here. I won the Australia Classic Championship in 1998 at Bathurst Showground on a long track. And that's it. A long track's the most exhilarating thing. The bikes are so highly geared, and when you come around the bend and into the straight and look from one end to the other, it looks a mile down there, and the corner looks so shiny. But you go full stick and fly into it sideways. It's just a fabulous feeling. I loved it.
Well, great to have you here, John, and no doubt you've caught up with a lot of old hands from your era. Have you been having a good time with them?
I've had the greatest time ever today. The people I've run into today, which I hadn't seen for many, many years, and it's astounding. I'm loving it. It's the best thing that's been put on for many, many years. It was a long drive for me to drive from Carroll to here, and a bit of a battle because I've got, as you can see, I'm on these wheels, and I'm just glad I'm here. It's a fabulous day.
Have you had this scrutineered by any chance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'll never go and get anything scrutineered. Go away. I did this. There's nothing wrong with it. Go away.
You say a fabulous day, John, but a day made even better by people like you coming along, talking about the old days, but also remembering. of what happened here, commemorating, honouring what happened here 100 years ago. Thank you for what you'd put into it and what so many spectators enjoyed of what you and your fellow competitors did, but also what happened here on the 15th of December 1923. A great time to remember and to honour. Tacky.
Little taco shirt, yeah. Incognito, not motorcycle speedway.
Giving it to you. He's giving it to you. I can't remember a nice picture the other day of a Matrala. I'd owned a Matrala.
Yeah, no, the good things I had a couple of goals. I had a couple of goals. I had actually one of the late model GT ones with one piece of brakes and basically...
They made some bloody good bikes.
Yeah. Actually, I've got a brand new Astro flat wrap motor. I put it up on Eagle Bay, on American, you know...
Congratulations.
That's all right. Actually, jump in and get a photo of it with you.
Yeah, you almost need to do that.
Yeah.
Could we get just a short piece with that picture and the bloke presenting it to John?
Yeah, obviously she's talking about somebody else.
Here we go. Now, you tell us how you want him, and him. Those, with that picture.
Grab the picture and hand it to him, mate.
I won't take you over the head.
Was that a camera or a camera? Towards the camera so you can see it.
Here we are.
There you go, John. For what you've done with the Speedway.
Congratulations on the picture and the rider. Well done.
Yep. No, cool. Always a pleasure to paint them. And I only paint legends. I haven't painted your father yet. I've painted a fair few. Yeah. Cool. So you enjoy that?
All right. Audition, that was the bloody word I was trying to think of.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Are you finished with that? No, I could enjoy you both all the time. Rod Allen was a great speaker.
Oh, he was.
Rod Allen's son was a great speaker.
Sorry?
It's a bit of a sign off about the
Okay.
just chat about
I thought I'd signed off. No?
Did you? I didn't. I wasn't sure.
I did do a sort of finality thing.
I recognised the voice.
You all right? Yeah. It sounded. It was meant to be a rap.
Thank you.
Nothing to say another one couldn't be better.